Good morning, everybody. Great to have your company. It's the weekend. Wonderful to have you here with us on Sewing Street. We've got Ben producing today. Charlie is directing. Kat is our multi-skilled operator, and that is multi all in capital letters. And I'm, of course, Stuart Hillard. It's National Tapioca Pudding Day. Do you still have tapioca pudding? Because we still love it here. Rice pudding or semolina pudding. Not so keen on tapioca, but you know, I might give it a go later. It's also National Give Something Away Day. So we'll have a think about that. All right, let's get started, shall we? Let's do our early bird. Now we've got two early birds. It is a colour choice today. This is fab. You're gonna love this. So we've got, let's start with teal. A fabulous 45mm rotary cutter, Japanese steel blade. Any 45mm blade will fit this, by the way. So if you buy your packs of Sewline replacement blades, if you've got the clone ones, they'll all fit. If you can put a decal edge, you can put a zigzag edge as well in there. Pinking edge as well. So it's a trigger mechanism. $9.99 is the regular price. It's today's early bird, and that means a fantastic price crash. You are giving a massive saving away, Ben. Look at this. $4.99 for a rotary cutter. I know, it's absolutely brilliant, really good. The quality is fantastic, actually. It is really sturdy and strong. So when you're not using it, lock it so that the trigger won't go in. Here's the lock. Unlock it. And then obviously as you squeeze the trigger, the blade's exposed. When you put it down, the blade instantly goes away. And if you're doing lots of cutting and maybe you don't want to keep on squeezing that trigger, you can lock the blade out. But just remember, before you put it down, just to click on that lock and the blade will pop away. These are my favorite kind of rotary cutters to use. I think they're the safest because of that blade popping back in. So no more leaving your rotary cutter on the desk with the blade exposed. I find them really, really comfortable. Top tip when you're using these, by the way, if you have a look along the back of the rotary cutter, you'll see this ridged area. This is for your finger. So if you struggle with getting enough downward pressure when you're cutting and you get a lot of missed cuts, just try, it's not always obvious, but try putting your finger on there as you cut and you will just get a little bit more control. Or if you find that your blade maybe meanders and moves away from your ruler too, try that. So this is our first of two early birds. This is in the teal. Should be $9.99, which is already a stonking price, but it's $4.99. And what a great thing to have a second or third version of in your toolbox, because I'm always moving them around. I've got one upstairs, one downstairs, one in the car. Our second version, now ignore what it says at the top, because officially it's still teal, but it's actually pink. And it's a gorgeous bubblegum pink and white. $9.99. Are we going to match the price, Ben? You bet your semolina pudding we are. Oh, it's not semolina, is it? It's tapioca. Is that the one that looks like frog spawn? Oh, we used to have that at school. That's a bit it's a little bit Harry Potter, isn't it? Tapioca. I love it. Right, Facebook Live is not on. I'm trying, and it just keeps on going back to Sewing Street and saying review now. You're signed in as yourself. I'll put that to one side. Anyway, look, $4.99 for a fabulous 45mm rotary cutter, trigger action. These are super comfy. Also, if you want to change this for left-handed use, it is literally unscrew, unscrew, pop the blade on the other side and put the screws back in. It's as simple as that. Okay, so left or right-handed. Absolutely fab. And you know, if you're a member of a quilt group, I think it's really important to have, especially when you have your sit and sew nights or new people come along, to have a few sets of rotary cutters and rulers and mats, things like that. I think if you want to encourage somebody to try quilting, lending them a little set is really, really helpful. You know, good rotary cutter is super important when you're starting out and when you continue your journey. It's one of our key bits of equipment. And I remember the very first trigger rotary cutter I bought, and I'm sure it was something like £25. And this has got to be in the mid-90s. They were really expensive when they came out, but this is a fantastic bargain. And like I say, it's got one blade in. Any 45mm blade will fit it. Flat or crinkle, decal, pinking, any of those. Now I need to say some good mornings. Laurie, morning Stuart and team, have a great day. Good morning, and morning from all the team. Carol says, morning, I don't like tapioca, but I will eat most milk puddings. Oh, homemade rice pudding. I'll just leave that there. Sue's got in touch to say, good morning Mr. Sunshine, loving the shirt, have a fabulous day. Thank you. I don't often wear green, but I quite like this sort of, it's a little bit khaki-ish, isn't it? Thank you, lovely. Susan says, good morning. Happy St. Swithin's Day. That was one I forgot. It is St. Swithin's Day. Are you in West Sussex, Susan? If so, message on the bottom. Good morning, Stuart and team. Happy St. Swithin's Day. And it's my 65th birthday. Just need that monitor turning around a little bit for me. It's a little bit of a funny angle for me to read. Happy birthday, my darling. Happy birthday. Have a wonderful day. Treat yourself. Have some tapioca. Don't do it. Don't do it. Steph's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. That colour suits you super. Having a hot cross bun and a cup of tea for breakfast. Steph, I love how you roll. Sounds gorgeous. Hot cross bun for breakfast. Tapioca pudding for tea. Said no one. Oh, and it's also National Gummy Worm Day, and I am definitely there for that. Love a gummy worm. Love a gummy worm. National Love Horses Day. Love horses. Beautiful. So the choice really this morning is, are you team pink or are you team teal? Because we've got pink rotary cutter, teal rotary cutter, both, each of them £4.99. You just need to choose pink or teal, and I'm rather loving the one in the pink. It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's a real kind of, do you know what, talking of milk puddings, that's a blancmange pink, isn't it? Do you know, we used to make blancmanges all the time, Mum and I. We'd make blancmange, and you used to buy them in the supermarket, didn't you? It was like a packet mix that you could make, or you could just do it from scratch with corn flour and flavourings and milk and sugar. Used to love tapioca and junket. We used to make junket as well. So junket, we would go to the Dainty Morsel in Tewkesbury, which was the deli, and they sold bottles of rennet. You could use it for cheese making, but most people just used it for junket. And then you'd warm the milk, pour the sugar, vanilla, that kind of thing, pour some junket in, and then you pour it into a dish, and the whole thing sets solid. But then when you cut into it, as soon as you cut into it, it would separate into curds and whey. Curds and whey. There you go. There you go. Every day's a school day. Let's do our menu and then we'll crack on. Here we go. So at 8 o'clock, we've got Liberty Silhouette Fabrics. It's a launch. You're going to love these. And these are the answer to a recent prayer of mine. At 9 o'clock, the gorgeous Lucy Picksley is here with her Maiden bag. She Maiden it herself. At 10 o'clock, sewing room tools, some demos from me. Tune in. At 11 o'clock, Elizabeth and Blackwell bags with Lucy Picksley, and some of her favourite patterns there actually, and some of our best sellers. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got bag making fabrics. So it's a bit of a bag making smorgasbord today, although I am going to be doing some quilting in the 10 o'clock hour. Show you how to do a curvy log cabin and the easiest way to do half square and quarter square triangles. All right, let's start then with new silhouette fabrics from Liberty. Now, recently, you know, I've been working on my new book recently, and I wanted some white on white fabric. I wanted it for the background, for a plique, for a quilt and a table runner. And I'm going to be really honest with you. I travelled probably an hour and a half to a quilt shop to have a look because I wanted to get the right kind of look and handle. They were all horrible. I left without anything because they were all stiff and they felt cheap and the quality of the fabric was really poor. I'm telling you that because as soon as I looked at these, I was straight in there with my fingers. I wanted to have a feel of the fabric because I thought, are these going to be stiff? Are these going to feel weird? I should have known better. They're Liberty. They're absolutely beautiful. Now, it's really difficult for me to show you the patterns in these. There you go, look, 10 white fabrics, but they're not. They're absolutely not. This is the new silhouette range. Now this bundle, I'm going to get myself one of these bundles because you've got 10 half meters of different white on white and white on cream prints here. I don't know if you can see there's a subtle variation, like this is a cream, this is a cream, this is a cream, this is a cream, whereas these ones here are white. So there's just very slight tonal variations. But these are super, super useful to use with things like Emily Bell and Wiltshire Shadow and Liberty, but well, any fabrics really, Moders, where you want a white or an almost white background or contrast to your piecing, but don't just want to use a solid. You want some print, you want some pattern in there. So in this bundle, you're getting 10 half meters. One of those half meters is for free. So you're saving £8.49 there. And let me just show you the prints that we've got. Now, should I mention these each one by name? Do we have the names? Or not really? I could just describe them. We'll get there. These are all available by the half metre as well. So, by the magic of television, let me show you. So this one here's got kind of snowdrops on it. I'm going to hold these up to camera too, actually, in the hopes. They are absolutely beautiful. It's just very, very difficult to show you. Is that upside down? Can you tell? There you go, now you're seeing it. So if you stay there and then I'll show you the different prints. I shall do my very best anyway. Oh, I can see that. Yeah, gorgeous. So this is like a white gel print. Oh, this is a pretty, like big flowers. Oh. Do you know, where were these a few weeks ago when I needed them? Well, this is why we stash, isn't it? This is why this has got more of a cream tones. Quarter of the stock's already gone. Do you know, it's a real smart move getting these because I know that we fall in love with the prints, the colours, the patterns and all of that. I'm just like you, I love those. But the fabrics that I use tons of are the solids, the tone on tones, the white on white prints, the creams, the neutrals. They're the ones that I can use with almost anything. This is one of my favourite prints. This is delicious. Look at that. Almost like brocade. Isn't that fab? And like I say, applique backgrounds, piecing. Also, obviously, make a feature of it in your print. Imagine these as snowflakes on a deep dark background or a wintry blue background for thinking ahead to Christmas projects or wintry projects. They've got such a sparkle to them, haven't they? Love that. Whoa. And also as well, in comparison with a lot of the like white and white gel prints out there, these prints are much more defined. They're actually much easier to show you at home than I would normally find them. And they are soft as you like. If you've bought cheap white on white or gel prints before, you'll know that feeling. It's almost plasticky stiffness. and these are soft, 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 lovely. So those are the 10 prints now. They are flying out. Well done if you've managed to get yourself one of these bundles. Lots of you shopping ahead by the half metre as well. You're picking your favourites. We don't have massive quantities of them by the half metre, so if you do want any of these, a metre and a half, 2.5 metres or so, I mean, a good amount to stash is probably 2 to 3 metres is a good amount for your stash. Personally, I think I would go for the half metre. I'm going to go for the half metre bundle because then you have that subtle variation. Yeah, you want these in your stash for sure. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm using, says Carol, I'm using white on white for my duvet cover that I'm making. I love that. I love that because I do love white bedding. And it's such a lovely backdrop for your quilts or cushions, isn't it? Very, very nice. Would go really nicely with things like Sanderson fabrics. They'd go very nicely with some of the William Morris as well, especially if you want to just kind of crisp them up and brighten them up a little bit. So even if you use fabrics that have got a bit more of a mellow colour palette to them, put them with those brighter white on whites and the whole thing just gets a bit livelier. Also, use these perhaps for making things like really crisp, beautiful bottom pillows. You know, where you've got the sort of more patterned pillows on top. Use these for the bottom ones. Love that. Love that. With an Oxford edge, please. Or scalloped edge. Love that. Love that. I've got some more messages to read out. Kat, would you mind just twisting that monitor around a little bit? It's a bit twisted and I'm... Good morning. Have been waiting for Liberty to release a white on white version of their snowdrop spot pattern. Seems like a natural combo. That's Guy in Greater London. Yeah, it was. We were waiting for it, weren't we? For sure. For sure. Single figures of this bundle left. Single figures. There are 18 of them in baskets. Now remember, you're getting 10 half metres for £76.41, which is fabulous value. And these are, without doubt, and actually by far, the most beautiful quality, soft, drapey, flexible, white on white prints I've seen. And trust me, I hunted high and low. Look at the lovely print on that one. It's just gorgeous. That's Liberty does white on white, isn't it? It really is. Smashing. You know, you need the quality. You need the quality because you're putting your precious Liberty scraps, your Tana lawns. Beautiful. Imagine if you've got a little collection of maybe charm packs, something like that, and you want to do a pliques. You want that sort of bright white background. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Should I park that for a little? Let's park that just for a while. That's going to sell out. Carol says, what I have found difficult is seeing what is the right side or the back side. Now, Carol, top tip there, same with things like batiks, or if you flip it so you've got half and half showing, you can often tell that can help. Also, because it's a gel print and it's on top, you should feel a textural difference as well. You can feel which side has got the gel print on it, although it's much more subtle on these Liberty prints. Kirsty says, good morning, Stuart. I love tonotone fabrics like these. They're so classy. They make a great alternative to solids, and I use some white on whites as bag linings too. Kirsty, that's a really good point. Maria says, morning, lovely Stuart. What's your favourite chocolate? Oh, that's a good question. I'm an absolute demon for white chocolate. So like Milky Bar, beautiful. Or I love like caramel chocolate. So like a caramel bar. Haven't you heard of Cadbury's Caramel? That was Maria Margulies, wasn't it? Who did the voice for the bunny. Yeah, that was Miriam Margulies. Steph says it's National Strawberry Wine Day today. Woohoo! I don't drink, but I do remember tasting strawberry wine years ago at our beer festival. It was delicious. I love that. Ruth says, morning, student team. Please can you wish my husband Colin a happy 45th wedding anniversary. Love you, from Ruth in Durham. Well, Ruth and Colin, mwah, absolutely wonderful. Congratulations to you both for 45 years of marriage, and I wish you many, many more happy years together too. That's lovely. That's a celebration. Let's do some Liberty Emily Bell. Let's do these gorgeous. Look at this. Look at that. I'm going to tilt it as well so you can see upwards. Look at those. That is a rainbow of loveliness. Let me show you what you're getting in this. This is gorgeous. I tell you what, they've saved the good stuff for the weekend. Look at these. So I've, of course, arranged these into rainbow order. Love these. Yummy. Absolutely gorgeous. Just, oh, that colour, that is beautiful. Really lovely. These corals and oranges, the pinks are just beautiful. That beautiful deep red. I love red, but sometimes it can be garish. This isn't garish at all. This is absolutely stunning. This deep, what colour would you call that? Cranberry? No, it's deeper than that. Almost terracotta, but it's more red than that. That chocolate brown as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely lovely. More lovely good mornings. Jan, good morning, Stuart. I much prefer tone on tones to solids. It's that subtlety, isn't it? You've got that little bit of pattern in there. I love them both. I love them all. But yeah, good tone on tones. Lovely. Claire, good morning, Stuart and all. Morning, my darling. Sandra says, good morning, lovely Stuart. And the Saturday clan from Sandra in Glasgow. Sandra, what's the weather doing? What's the weather doing? You always tell me. I suspect it's a bit rainy up there, because you always tell me if it's gorgeous sunshine. I always get a bit jealous. Ages since I've been to Glasgow. I need a return journey. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? That's absolutely stunning. Liberty, Emily Bell, jewel tones. These are jewel tones. It's on split pay as well. If you pay $59.43, and then next month another $59.43, and that's your bundle. And remember as well, you're getting 15 different fabrics here in your beautiful rainbow. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now, this would mix really, really well, wouldn't it, with our brand new launch today. Those fabulous white on white silhouette. Now, I've literally got 3 of these left, so if you want this, you are going to have to be super, super quick. Go on, take it out of my hands. I want one really, but go on, you have it. I'll get more. I'll lick these or something and say I have to keep them. Could do that, couldn't I? Achoo. Oh, sorry, everyone. Hay fever. What can you do, eh? But they would work beautifully and would really make those Emily Bell colours sparkle. Catherine's got in touch from Derbyshire. Good morning, Stuart and all. Lovely fabrics this morning. Aren't they just absolutely glorious? Sandra's got back in touch to say, well, it's usual Scottish school holidays weather, rain, sun, etc. You get the picture. I do. Patricia says, morning, Stuart. Love you from Blackpool. Lots of love to you as well. Christine's got in touch to say, morning, gorgeous Stuart Hillard. Happy Saturday. Thank you, gorgeous Christine. That's lovely. Right, I'm going to leave that one with you. Absolutely love that. Now I've got a smaller bundle of Emily Bell. These are dreamy pastels and a few other slightly darker tones as well. Now this one, you're getting 12 half meters, and one of those half meters is free. So again, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Wouldn't this work beautifully with those silhouette white on whites? If you've got a new baby coming into your family, we've got a new baby coming into our family soon. Our Sewing Street family. I can't say any more. I can't say any more. It's not me, by the way. Oh no, oh no. No, I'm sticking to goat kids and lambs. Most definitely. But yeah, oh, just beautiful. And they are lovely fabrics, aren't they? Very, very pretty. I tell you what else these would be gorgeous for. Things like bucket hats and summer accessories. I'm all about the bucket hat at the moment. Lovely. Again, perhaps mix these with the white on white silhouette. Then you've got a lovely, fresh, bright bucket hat, haven't you? Patchwork dungarees. Oh, I love that idea. I love that idea. And also, you see, do you patchwork, big squares patched together or small squares patched together, and then line the whole thing, and then you don't have to worry about the seams inside fraying if you line your dungarees. And also as well, it would just take that quilt weight cotton up to more of a kind of slightly more robust layer. Beautiful. Go on, be controversial, Ben. Well, Ben's made a good point here. This is a fabulous bundle. With your jewel tones, you are getting split pay. Why didn't we have split pay on this? Oh. Ben would give split pay on a box of pins, wouldn't you, Ben? Everything. But it is absolutely beautiful. I really love these blue tones. I think they're gorgeous. And, you know, really nicely illustrate the sort of variety of blues that you've got. Aquas, your sort of true blues, your teals, and your grey blues as well. But for my money, always use them all, or most of the time. Just use them all of the shades. Love it. Right, I've got one more little Liberty bundle to share with you, and it's right here. So this little range, this is gorgeous, 5.5 meters, an excellent price too, $39. That is a good price, $39.45. You're getting 2.5 meters. You're saving £3 on the price. I feel like it's a bigger saving than that, because that does seem like fantastic value. Aren't these pretty? This is from the Heirloom fabric collection. So you've got gorgeous lilac, soft purples, pinks, and that really gorgeous sort of jade green, which is just very, very pretty and a bit retro, isn't it? You've a large floral there. You've got a couple of mid-scale florals as well. Very, very pretty. You've got scattered blossoms on a nice warm white background. And then a shirt in that, yes please. Well, actually a shirt in any of the first four, I think. Beautiful. Wendy's got in touch. Morning all, secretly watching you whilst trying to look awake, serving breakfast in a very wet Herefordshire. Good. Keep it under the radar. Love that. We'll have we'll have breakfast. Yes, please. Oh, do you know, well, lots of you know, I've been away on a 4-day photo shoot this week, Monday to Thursday, and we had glorious breakfasts served on a kind of like a vintage wooden cart. Big, like, sort of iron wheels at the sides, you know, and oh, it's beautiful. Like chocolate, pan au chocolat, almost that big. They were amazing. They were like loaves. Oh, just lovely. Fresh fruit salad, Greek yogurt. It was all yummy. Susan's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart and team, from sunny Mintlaw. Taxi to Mintlaw, please. No, I'm not going anywhere. Those are lush, absolutely beautiful. Make a really nice quilt with those. I'd throw in some silhouette, spread out those gorgeous prints. You could make a very, very nice version of my Galleria quilt with these, with some of the white on whites as your frames. But, oh, look how crisp that looks. Just lovely. Maybe throw in a couple of solids or a few of the Emily Bells as well. That would be yummy. Absolutely yummy. Gorgeous. Right, I'll leave that one with you. Now, I want to fly through the silhouettes by the half metre before we sell out of them. Right. Do you want to tell me any particular ones, Ben, that are close to selling out? Or do you want to just anything? Anything goes. Anything goes. Well, this is I'm going to start with this one because I think this is utterly gorgeous. Ending 9-3. So this one, yeah. So this one is almost like a sort of maybe Jacobean-y, just fabulous. Love that. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And that's almost like a sort of a tea dye, like a very soft tan print on the base fabric. That is lovely, isn't it? Victorian lace. Yeah, love that. Really love that. I was reading all about Grace Kelly's wedding dress the other day, and the lace on it was, I think, 125 years ago, 125 years old at the time, and it was bought from a museum to then use on her dress. How cool is that? Next one, ending 1-7. And when she married Prince Rainier of Monaco, he banned her films being shown in Monaco. Yeah. I just offer that up. Oh, I love reading little bits of trivia like that, though. Isn't that lovely? If you're buying these to stash, if you spot one that you really love, I would recommend you get yourself 2 to 3 meters for your stash, simply because, you know, if you have one particular fabric that you love and you want it for a quilt, you will probably need at least 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters. So I always go 2 to 3, and then you know you've got plenty. If you're using a mixture of tone on tones, go for the bundle. We've got 1 left, 2 left. Go for the bundle if you like to mix and match like I do. But if you want one of them, go 2 to 3 meters. Next one, 2-1, ending 2-1. Well done if you got the mega bundle. It's just sold out. This one is probably the most subtle of the prints. It's just got a gorgeous, almost a texture to it. Do you see that? Just subtle, ditzy, and I'm going to say indistinct, and that's not a bad thing, because sometimes the last thing you want is a flower in, do you know what I mean, in the background? Because, say for example, you're making a quilt that doesn't have anything sort of floral or sort of ditzy on it, but you want a good neutral background. Next one, ending 4-5. That's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, this is why we pay our directors the big bucks. Charlie, the wonderful Charlie, has just come up with a great idea. Can we dye this fabric? What happens if we dye it? Brilliant, Charlie. So, yes, you can dye these gel prints. So either, you know, shibori dye them, or ice dye them, or tie dye, or just one flat colour, and that gel print acts as a sort of semi-resist, so you get even more contrast in the pattern. You'll see the pattern much more if you dye the fabric. That's a great idea, Charlie. Well done. Ending 1-3. Oh, Maria says, so funny. I will lick the fabric so I can keep it, you said. I do it all the time, Maria. Disgusting. We got a new baby coming in September, Stuart. Woohoo! My second grandchild is a little boy. Oh, Maria, I'm thrilled for you. It's lovely. It's lovely. Really lovely news. So you'll be busy making then? Gorgeous. I need to get my finger out and make a little something for Vix's new baby girls. Oh, did you see all the lovely pictures on her page? Just beautiful. Oh, and Maisie with them as well. Just delightful. Ending 4-2. 4-2. Oh, this is lovely. This is like a leafy design. Aren't they gorgeous? They're all very Liberty, but in a white on white, in a neutral. And as Guy said earlier on, just what we've been waiting for. We have all been waiting for these. Oh, a message. Yes, please. This is customer service. Morning, Stuart. John had thumb grips last week. A set of 2. Are they in stock? I got 3 rotary cutters ordered. Well done, early bird. Yeah, very good, Rachel. Now, watch this. How's this for delivering? There they are. Prim silicone needle grabbers in turquoise. There you go, $5.99. And, Kat, you are amazing. Here they are. So one on your thumb, like that, the bigger one on your thumb, and then the smaller one on your finger, and then you can grip a needle and pull it through. Oh, amazing. Really good, actually, these, if you're doing things like installing, you know, the leather buckles, magnetic buckles that you can get for bags. Really good, because you're stitching through really thick layers and it can be really hard to pull the needle out. These are perfect. And also as well, I would have to do like la la la, la la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Oh, that was a death drop. Slay, as the young people say, I believe. Right, moving on. Snowdrops. Snowdrops. Probably upside down. No, they're not actually. Oh, gosh. Cooking with gas this morning. Oh, I'm sorry. Ending 9-5. There we go. So difficult to show these on the web. But that's why you tune in. When you get them home, though, oh my goodness, you'll see them then. Just lovely. Ending 6-8. Oh, again, just gorgeous leaf print. That's a little bit more tan. Do you see? A little bit warmer. We've got that in white on white, and then this is slightly tan. Cream on cream. Merton Rose. I think they used to live in our village, the Merton Roses. If they didn't, they should have. Ending 4-0. It does sound like a glam rock group, doesn't it? The Merton Rose. I remember their 1976 album. It's fabulous. And then the last one, ending 4-3. Oh. You've broken the website. What are you doing to us? When I say you, I'm not picking out anybody in particular, just everybody. Just having problems with the graphics. Shall I leave that one? Oh. We'll get it sorted. Steph says, bucket hat. Any tips, please, which interfacing to use? I'm finding mine sometimes too floppy. Hats, I mean. Thank you for clarifying. Thanks, Stuart. You're welcome. Right, bucket hats, brims. Okay, I would use something like Decoville, which is very thick and heavy. Kat, you are just amazing. Kat's always got what I need. It's incredible. So this is Decoville. Do you want the code? Oh no, we can't. Well, this. Oh, we have got graphics. Good. This is Decoville. Do you want the code? Yeah, you got it. So this is almost, it feels somewhere between leather and cardboard. So it's really thick, fusible on one side. It takes ages to fuse. So the best thing you can do is glue side up, fabric on top, and iron, steam iron through your fabric with the glue side facing upwards towards you, and you'll get the quickest fuse. But don't be surprised if it takes a little while of continuous heat, because it is a very sort of thick fabric. That'll give you good fish. You can also, Steph, use multiple layers. So for example, like on something like a baker boy, you might want to take 3 or even 4 layers of Decoville, fuse them all together. So cut out your brim, fuse them all together, no seam allowance, make your brim up or your peak up, and then slide the fused layers in. Obviously with something like a bucket hat, 1 or 2 layers of Decoville, probably the best thing to use. But if you've got something a bit lighter, just double up or triple up. Thank you, Kat. Wonderful, wonderful. Alison's got in touch to say, very much enjoyed the finger dancing, Stuart. Thanks for the laugh. Oh, you are welcome. Anne's got in touch too to say, morning, Stuart. Nice to see you this morning. Thank you, darling. Last silhouette, ending 4-3. Here it is. Pretty. It's beautiful. That's beautiful. That's so Liberty, isn't it? So Liberty. Gorgeous. Loving it. Loving it. So useful. Bundle sold out, and we're limited on literally everything. So if you want any of those, grab them. Again, don't forget, we've got this magnificent jewel-toned Emily Bell. Absolutely gorgeous. That I think is a great buy, and also love the fact that we've got split pays. We do have split pays, don't we? There they are, £59.43. £59.43. I'm just going to say, I do think this one here is slightly, I would just take that out. Okay, there's my gorgeous rainbow. This I adore. I love this fabric. I just want that for something separate. I might use that for a bag with some denim. Would be divine. And then I would use this in a beautiful quilt. Actually, do you know what? I might need this for some baby quilts, because I do love a rainbow baby quilt. For lots of reasons. It's joyful, it's classic, it's elegant, but also it's really good because you never make a tiny baby quilt, do we? We always make it so they can use it till they're 4, 5, 6, by which time learning all the colours, learning all the shades, throw some shapes in there as well. You know, Charlie, our director, confessed to us this morning that until he started working here, he had never heard Richard of York gave battle in vain, ever. And also, this was the other thing he shared with me. Doesn't know the 30 days have September, April, June. Does this thing with his knuckles. No idea what he was talking about. But anyway, it was interesting. Interesting. Now, some young upstart thinks he's a fabric designer. My new fabric range launched last week. We have got a few very limited 1 metre bundles left. We completely sold out of these within the show, I think within about 20 minutes. We managed to get more in, sold most of them on the day. We've a few left, that's all. Let me just show. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg, and it's all about being in the country or out in nature, which is really, it's been very important to me over the last few years. And I think for a lot of people, being outside, being in nature has been, gosh, almost life-saving. there, I'll say it. It's been wonderful, it's calming, it's beautiful, and it's really influenced what I've been designing over the last few years. My sock yarns are about being outdoors, my fabrics too. My new quilting book that's out next year is all about being in the country and enjoying the peace and calm of all of that. So let me show you this range. It's a 10-piece collection. You've got this gorgeous, rich, deep blue floral, a little brown linen-y print in the background. Who came first, the chicken or the egg? This is a woven spot. Love, one of my favourite fabrics. This is also a woven plaid, so yarn dyed and then woven. So front and back look exactly the same. You can use them exactly the same. And it's not going to sort of fade in the way that printed plaids can. Let me grab the art spot. Love that one. Then, one of my favourites, a really rich, vibrant but not garish mustard yellow with subtle kind of beige and brown and coffee coloured floral. Another yarn dyed stripe. Desperately want to make a lovely shirt out of that. Another multi-stripe there. On my quilt I used this for the binding. Beautiful. More chickens and eggs in blue this time. And if you look, the background is this lovely sort of almost linen texture. And then last of all, a little tribute to my dad, a lovely blue floor check, large check. If you want to see some examples of projects, have a look on my Instagram or Facebook, Stuart Hillard Makes. Lots of projects there. It was launched on the 7th of July. If you want to check out the show and see some of the projects and some of the makes. Now this is the last of our restock. Probably this will be it for 1 metre bundle. So you get all 10 fabrics, a metre of each. It's the best way to buy it, I think, really, because you've got plenty of everything to make a lovely quilt and some bags and some accessories. Collector in Merseyside's got in touch to say, my selection of your fabrics arrived a couple of days ago. I love all of the designs and the cotton fabric is fabulous quality. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's very important to me and Craft Cotton Company that the quality of the fabric is beautiful, but also that the price is affordable. We like that too. Collector in Gloucestershire's got in touch. I got the charm pack last time. Marvellous value. I'm really pleased with my purchase. That's from Mon. Thank you, Mon. That's lovely. I'm really glad. What are you going to make? Got my bundle yesterday. Gorgeous fabrics. That's Collector in Tyne and Wear. Thank you. Look forward to seeing what you're making. It's £9.99, yeah, basically £10 a metre. Which most fabrics now are getting towards that price per half metre. So Liberty Fabrics £8.49 for a half metre. These ones are £10 a metre. And you can use split pay on this, $49.99. They are still designer fabrics, of course. Yep, I'm a designer, I am. Derek's got in touch. Good morning, Stuart. Good morning, Derek. How are you? What a fabulous tip about creating a Baker Boy hat brim. That's on my to-do list. Thank you. You are welcome. Elaine's got in touch to say, gorgeous. She's not specific. I think it just means the entire morning. I would agree with that in spades. Susie Duncan's got in touch to say, I used Emily Bell to make a quilt-as-you-go tote bag for my rulers. So pretty. I love that. Rosemary's got in touch from Buckinghamshire. Morning, Stuart and team. If you use Decaville on anything, would you be able to wash the said items? And that's from Rosemary. Absolutely, yes, it's washable. I think the thing is, maybe I wouldn't use the spin. I wouldn't use the spin cycle. I think always test in a project. Just to make sure, but it is washable. But I probably wouldn't use the spin cycle. So wash, no spin, get it out, and then hang it on the line just to kind of drip dry and air out. But yeah, it is washable. And it's surprisingly easy to sew through, even though it's very thick and sort of leathery. You can just make sure you use a sharp needle, you know. You don't have to use a leather needle or anything like that, but probably if you're making a hat brim, you're going to need a size 100 needle at least, to pierce through and get nice clean stitching. Couple more messages. Thank you. Hi Stuart, just got my jelly roll and 5-inch squares. Oh, what quilt shall I make? Just looking through your 100 quilts book. That's Wendy in Staffordshire. Look, I think this would be really nice to make my rainbow heart quilt out of, if you've got the 2.5-inch strip roll, but do it country style. I think that would be gorgeous. Another message. This is Carol, who's in Shropshire. Morning Stuart, got my fat quarters yesterday. Love bag making. Lovely fabric. Carol from Shropshire. I suspect you're going to make a bag. Look forward to seeing it. Another one, my 10-metre bundle arrived yesterday. It's lovely. We'll decide what to make once I finish stroking it. That's Gillian in Worcestershire. You've got to spend at least a week stroking fabric. And another thing I do actually is just leave the fabrics I want to use. I leave them out, so I'm constantly walking past them, just to give me a sense of which goes where, and it really helps. It gets into your brain, I think. Wendy's got in touch, who's in Merseyside, to say, morning Stuart and team, my 5-inch charm pack, I almost read that as sin, my sin charm pack arrived yesterday. Can you give me some suggestions of what I can make with them? Fantastic material, thanks. I certainly can, Wendy. Charm packs are brilliant for things like, you can just sew them together and make lovely cushion covers. Put some batting on them, quilt them as well before you make them up into cushions, but that looks really sweet. They work really well for machine stitch cathedral window. If you've got my book Make 100 Quilts, that is charm pack friendly. You can use them for, they look really nice. Just bond a web on the back, cut out circles, maybe a 4.5-inch circle, and then applique that to maybe a solid or a tone-on-tone background, and then sew those together. So that looks really cool. And of course you can cut things like half square triangle, quarter square triangles out of them and use them in your patchwork. In your Blue Skies and Nutmeg charm pack, you've got 10 different designs, 4 of each. So in terms of spreading those out in a quilt or a little project like that, very, very easy to do. So just treat it like your fabric, but it's like sort of tonal scraps. They all go together. And maybe delve into your stash and grab a few other fabrics to add in as well. Put maybe 1-inch or half-inch even finished sashings in between your squares and create a gorgeous maybe baby quilt or a throw quilt with them. There's lots you can do. Lots of you coming up with ideas. Morning Stuart, your fabric collection is beautiful, but I'm not sure what I'm going to make yet, Penny. Make yet, Penny. That's from Penny, sorry. Oh, well, the thing is, Penny, just live with them for a little while. Leave them out where you can see them, stroke them, have a little play every now and then. I'm forever setting out fabrics and then I'll pull them all back together or leave them on the table, walk away and come back. And just you don't have to consciously think about these things. Your brain will tick over and then suddenly you'll think, I know exactly what I'm going to do with them. You know? And of course, don't forget that, like for bag making, if you've got a pattern for a bag that's all like one fabric, you can always patch your fabric together in strips, squares, triangles, and then treat that as your fabric and cut out your pieces from that. All sorts you can do. Right, I will leave that with you. Now I've got some gorgeous solids, which Ben's got together. They are lovely. These are all by the ½ metre, but would equally make a gorgeous palette for a quilt. Really lovely. What I'm going to do, as I'm showing you these, I'm just going to grab maybe an Emily Bell or two just to show you where you might tone them together. So let's whiz through these. Ending 60. Baltic. Oh, it's Baltic in here. Baltic. It's lovely, isn't it? Something like nice. Nice little, just tone on tone. Lovely. That's Baltic. Next one, 8-1. Silver Mink. One of my absolute favourite go-to neutrals. I love this. I love this one. Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure yet. Maybe. Can't decide. Right, that's Silver Mink, but I love that colour. I use it ever such a lot. Next one, ending 2-5. This is Lemon. This goes really nicely, actually, with Bloomsville, the Tilda range. This goes really nicely, especially with the like pink and yellow. There's a few prints in there that are gorgeous. Janet's got in touch to say, love Sewing Street. We love messages like that. Thank you, darling. That's really kind. Fantastic demos, fantastic products. Love you, Stuart. Janet, love to you too as well. Handsome producers, clever, quick, sharp, efficient staff. Love them. Ending 8-0. We had a big meeting here yesterday and we had a buffet. Most people were there for the buffet. I won't lie. I haven't had that kind of classic, you know, sausage rolls and you know, the sandwich platters. Gorgeous. Very, very classic buffet. Helps though, doesn't it? Food, you see, food. Ending 8-4. Ending 8-4. What is it? Light lilac. Light lilac. 4-1. Spearmint. Oh, I'm good. Spearmint. There we go. Spearmint. Next one, gorgeous neutral. 6-9. Seeded natural. Latte, is it? Now that's a lovely colour. That's latte. Very milky latte, gosh. I'd ask for an extra shot. Copen, is it 14? It's not, is it? Slate. Slate. Love that. Very, very nice. Look, just a minute. I know we're... Look. Yummy. Yes. There we go. Ending 02. School grey. School trouser grey. Yeah. School trouser grey. Next one, ending 3-9. This one's called Misty Blue. I know that because it's not blue. It's green. And I don't care what you say. You say potato. 64. That's gorgeous. Duck egg. Love that colour. Whack, whack. My duck eggs aren't that colour, but ending 07. Silver. Light grey. Light grey. What do I know, eh? What do I know? And 06. Silver. Silver. Right. You've been delightful. Thanks for being with me this last hour. After the break, I've got Lucy Picksley here. See you. I've got Emily Bell on the brain. Oh, it's all about liberty. I'll see you after this.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful. and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us, and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
I do love a split pay. Thank you, John. Thanks for reminding us there. Now, this hour, I've got Lucy Picksley. Hi, Lucy.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm really well, thank you.
Fab. Great to see you. How are things?
Really well.
Yeah?
Life's all good.
Busy, busy?
Very, very busy.
Fantastic.
Yeah, loads happening.
Oh, will you tell us more over the hour?
Of course I will, yeah.
Excellent, look forward to it. Let's get straight into the hour. Luce has got a beautiful, beautiful project, the Maiden bag. Now I'm going to grab this and just show it to you. It's beautiful, beautiful bag. I love a slouchy hobo bag. Correct sort of description?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all about the slouch. Kind of easy to sling over your shoulder, loads of room inside. Let me give you a quick tour. This is a gorgeous bag, and I love how the sides of the bag come up. It's that classic hobo shape. Really nice little detail here. I looked at this, thought, oh, what a lovely little decorative band. Actually, look, underneath, a zipped pocket hidden away by this gorgeous strip of PU right here. Love that detail. Love the wide fastening there as well. gorgeous adjustable shoulder strap. And then inside, we've got a couple of magnets there just to hold that nice and secure. And then inside, we've got a lovely, roomy pocket right here. We do love pockets in our bags, do we not, Lucy?
We love all the pockets.
We love all the pockets.
All of them.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah, the more pockets, the merrier. And of course, you could always add a few more in there if you wanted to. But a gorgeous, gorgeous brand new bag, the Maiden.
Maiden.
Where did the names come from, Lucy?
Well, all of my patterns are named after places or people, or it's just about memory telling.
Yep.
So Maiden, the story in it, 'cause obviously I do on the inside cover provide the tale to tell
Yep.
that sort of connects it all. It's very much around music, growing up, sort of trying to fit in with the cool kids, but never knowing the words to the songs, never knowing the dances to the songs. But actually realising I probably wasn't a cool kid, and it's about that moment of enlightenment when you do start to connect who you are and what you like.
So is the Maiden Iron Maiden then?
Iron Maiden,
Fantastic,
yeah.
fantastic.
Love Iron Maiden, yeah.
Gorgeous,
Yeah.
love that.
Well, that's what that's about.
Fab. Well, a little claim to, not really my claim to fame, but my brother's, my nearest brother's first wife, her uncle is Wurzel from Motorhead.
Oh, really?
And Motorhead came to the wedding, which was the coolest
Wow.
thing ever.
Yeah.
Lemmy.
That is cool.
Remember Lemmy?
Yeah.
Anyway, let me show you. We've got pattern on its own. Let's start with pattern on its own. The Maiden, very, very cool styling on the front as well. Really nice as well to see. Here done in a bold, modern animal print with gold PU. Love that. A really cool looking bag. If you want to make bags perhaps for your daughters or sons or younger family members, it's going to look great. If you want to make yourself one, I'm assuming you're not the young person. You might be that young person. I'm talking to you too. Of course I am, But really, I like a bag that'll suit all ages.
Absolutely. My gran would have rocked that
And all,
bag.
well, in all styles, exactly right, But we often want to make gifts for other people, don't we? And sometimes it can be a struggle to find the right pattern. Anyway, so that's the Maiden. A great sized, comfy bag for when you are on the move. This has a relaxed feel to it, so it looks perfect with almost any outfit. So you've got your full pattern there, full instructions, lots of detailed photos and instructions too. And that is £9.99. That is fab value, that. Really good. Right, so that's your pattern on its own. Now, first kit, let's do the one that I showed you. That's in the dark denim and the gold PU. Do love that. And then look at the lovely lining. It's a gold butterfly print batik. So here we go. Now then, let's give you the kit breakdown. First of all, you've got your dark denim. You're getting 1/2 metre of that. You've got your super soft, easy to sew, gold PU. Love that. 1/2 metre of that. And then you're getting your beautiful gold butterfly print batik. 1/2 metre of that. Congo Bay batik. Here we go. So you're getting all of those for, it's great value. That's great value. So you're paying £17 for all of the fabric. That's really good value.
That's incredible.
Isn't it?
It is.
That's fab. And actually, Lucy, we were talking about this earlier on. Nothing inside this bag. The whole point is that it's soft and slouchy.
Yeah.
So we don't even need to buy
No
batting or nothing inside.
Only if you want to boost it.
So if we were going to boost it and add a little bit of light padding in there,
Yeah.
H630?
Yeah, H630, H640, yeah, anything like that would be absolutely fine, because the H630 and 40, of course, will enable it to still sort of fall within itself, but not quite as much as you're going to see that. Obviously, that's got something inside it to give it a bit of...
You always want the softness with a hobo, don't you? So you don't want to put something like Bosal in our form foam. That would make a very strange sort of stiff hobo.
Yeah, absolutely.
And but H630 would be good. H630, we can put you some graphics up in a sec for that. H630 would a 1 metre piece, that would be enough, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yes.
Here's your H630. That's the lighter. H640 is slightly, but I mean it's all pretty light anyway. There we go. Great. All right, so that's our first bundle. Second bundle is the one I think Lucy's going to be showing you, which is the jade green.
Yes.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
this is lovely.
Beautiful.
Like this version very much. So on this one, we've got a lovely jade green jumbo cord for the outside of your bag. We've got this fabulous cotton canvas print for a bit of contrast. And then we've got this beautiful silky lining fabric. That is a bit of all right, isn't it? Now, if you're worried about using a very soft, light, floaty fabric, what might we do with that just to sort of make it slightly easier to work
Well,
with?
within the kit that you're looking at there, you've got choices. So you can either stabilise the silky with some interfacing.
Just a light, fusible?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're really worried about it and would prefer to not use that little piece, then looking at those two pieces alone, between the pattern pieces that you've got, you will have enough to make the strap and the inside. So you could make your lining out that contrast as well if you wish to.
So we could just use these two?
Absolutely, you could, yeah. So it's, there's something there for everybody, really, isn't there? It's quite
but
versatile.
that silky lining fabric is gorgeous.
Yeah.
And if you're a confident sewer, not an issue. If not, interface it, light, fusible interfacing, and it will be very, very easy to work with. So that's a gorgeous set, plus pattern, of course, for $26.99. And then our last version, I'm really torn because I love them all, but this is very, very pretty.
Got like a vintage retro feel, this one, hasn't it?
It does, it does. So you've got this gorgeous dusky rose pink PU, 1/2 metre. You've got a needle cord. That is everything. Love it. It's a very, very fine needle cord with a gorgeous kind of very 70s floral. Beautiful, 1/2 metre of that. And then 1/2 metre of cotton solid to use as your lining. Do you know, I think I might be tempted just to do maybe something like very fine covered piping cord to put around the outside profile of the bag, just to sandwich it in that colour.
Well, you can, because you could attach that to the gusset that runs all the way around.
That's
quite
what I'm
easy
thinking.
to do.
Yeah. Very, very nice, Lucy. Because, of course, you don't technically need all of that for your lining, so you would have a little bit that you could use for piping cord.
Yeah.
Lots of ideas, lots of ideas. Beautiful. Which one are you going to go for? The rose pink, the jade green, or that beautiful gold and denim combo? Or are you going to go for the pattern on its own? And use your fabric that you have at home. It's been a very, very popular pattern, already selling very, very fast. Now, in the lead, by the way, just so that you know, is the teal version, this one right here, that beautiful teal jumbo cord, the cotton canvas, and that beautiful silky gold lining. That is stunning. Plus pattern for $26.99. Really, really good value kits. Thank you for that, Lucy. Right, we have got a few other bits and pieces, but we'll get to those. Lucy.
Yes.
How do we make the Maiden bag?
Okay. Well, I mean, this is a cracking bag. I mean, I've designed this really with everybody in mind, really. The only really complicated bit is the zip insertion to the outside, which I'm going to go through quite slowly with you today, so we can really cover that down. But, there's not lots of fabric pieces to put together, so a good, for a beginner sewist, is maybe going to take you a day to put together. Until you're going out putting it on your shoulder.
Fantastic.
So,
It's a great make.
Yeah.
So where do we start?
Well, we've got our pattern pieces in the back of the booklet, so you're just going to need to transfer these onto paper, and then of course you can keep those to then sew on repeat. We're going to start by making that front pocket.
Okay. So is this the zipped pocket that's
zip
on the
pocket, yes.
That's such a clever detail, having this folded. I just assumed it was just a decorative strip, but such a clever idea to have that zip hidden under there. Added security, added durability, and it just looks gorgeous. It's lovely.
I think it's really good that you're actually highlighting that point, because on the fans page today, you are going to see all the testers have been sharing their bags, and there's a lady on there, Sharon, who did say, this is mine, albeit I made the first one wrong, but I made it again. And she also thought it was a contrast strip that she'd sewn into the panel. So let me just show you really clearly what your pieces look like to make this up. So the back panel is plain, and it's this one big piece that you're going to cut on the fold. So our pattern piece is like that, and we cut it on the fold. We have our gusset piece that runs all the way around the body of the bag, and then the front of the bag, we have this piece here, and then we have this piece here.
Gotcha.
They're the pieces that we're going to connect. Now that, when it's put together, will become the size of this piece. Okay, so it might look like the sizes aren't quite right. They are. It all comes together. We're going to pop our zip in just here, very, very close to the edge. Let me do that there. Very close to the edge. And then we're going to add our contrast strip in here, which is here. Just a quick walk through. That'd be sewn in like so, down the side.
Oh, I love that combination of fabrics.
It's beautiful. Honestly,
really nice.
I have winter plans to make myself a jumbo cord jacket
Lovely.
with Sherpa fleece, and I just see it already with this bag.
Yeah, absolutely.
So look, this is what we're aiming for, and then obviously I'm going to trim down the top and bottom so it fits. So that's what we're aiming for. Okay.
So zip in first.
Zip in first is where we're going with this. So we're going to work with this piece here. Now you'll notice I haven't interfaced anything. This pattern, I really haven't added any stabilising to any of it. I might add it into the tab closure fastening, but that's it. Now, if you want to, or you feel like maybe the weave's a little bit open or anything like that, then obviously add some interfacing in. That's just all depending on your fabric choices and the look you want. Okay.
I've come to join you.
Hi.
Hiya.
I can see your glitter so much better now.
I've had a glitter explosion in my bag, so now it's over everything, including my face and beard. But I love it. I'm living for it. So
this is our pocket piece. I've chosen to use this beautiful fabric. Is it fans?
Kind of, yeah. Like almost Art Deco.
Yeah, beautiful.
Pretty.
Absolutely love that. So I've drawn myself a box, and we're going to lay this right on the edge.
Oh, I see. So you've got like a little letterbox.
Absolutely.
Yep.
This is, I know people will think, gosh, that's very close, because it is when you turn it through, but the whole overall point is we're concealing this zip away.
Yeah.
If you're unsure, of course, you could move your zip over and you just make this wider. So that's just how you can alter. So I'm just going to pin this into place.
And so this big rectangle, is that our pocket bag?
This is going to be where the zip goes.
But this actual big rectangle, this is our pocket bag?
Yes.
Inside.
Yes,
Oh, so it's a really big, deep, roomy pocket then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and if you want it bigger, make it bigger. If you want it smaller, make it smaller.
Ace.
I was going to go really long, but then I thought it might get a bit tricky to work into the top seams at the final construction point. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sew around this box now, and I'm going to shorten my stitch length. I'm going to make it a little bit smaller because we are going to be cutting in, and this is just ever so slightly a little bit more open. I'm just going to go down to a 2.
Fab.
So I'm just going to reverse when I start, just to lock those stitches.
So I notice you're not starting in the very corner.
Correct.
Would
Do you want to know why?
Go on, yes please.
Do you start in corners?
No, not really.
No, I don't, because when it comes to cutting this open in a minute, we have to cut into those corners. And I just think that we need that corner seam to be as strong as possible.
Okay, that's a good point.
And I just feel like with that stopping and starting, if those stitches didn't overlap a little bit, I think it's just a tiny area of potential weakness.
Yeah.
So I just avoid it.
So you've taken your stitch right to the very corner, very precisely.
Absolutely. I drop the needle. I use the up-down function needle on the machine. I mean, I encourage you to use that in whatever you're making. So I can stop, breathe, reset, whatever, if I need to adjust my fabric. The needle's down, it's not going to move, the fabric's going to stay put.
Gotcha.
I've just moved my foot, not my actual foot, my machine foot. work my way down. So I'm going to stop on that corner again. Now, just for the benefit of doubt, I am one stitch away, but if I was slightly uncomfortable or unconfident that my foot was going to stop right on cue, then I'm just going to use my hand wheel instead.
Yep.
We call it a flywheel. And I'm just going to wind one forward, and that'll get me on the corner.
Great.
Similarly, as I go around the corner, if I'm a bit unsure, you know, just take your time, wind it forward.
But don't sew past that line.
Don't sew past it. It's not ideal to do that.
Yeah.
I'm currently teaching, Kiara, who works for me now, and I very much teach her this method of slowing down, resetting, taking a moment to adjust, using the features on your machine to make sure you do stop.
Yeah,
and you
absolutely.
have that opportunity, you know, don't rush along. And if in doubt, use your hand wheel.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
there we go. And of course, as I always get excited, I press the cut button.
Yep. Clip those threads.
We like those corners, yes. So now I'm just going to trim my threads down. Where did I put my little snips? There we go. Now I know a lot of people, what they'll actually do is draw a line down the middle and then into the corners. I will do it, but I wouldn't normally do this.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'm just using a red pen. So somewhere down the centre, we're just going to do a horizontal line. When you've been making bags for quite a while, you start cutting out these little elements, don't you? You just do it. So there we go. And I'm going to be cutting into that corner as close as I can. And in there as close as I can, and across.
Got you.
I've done a video for this process actually that's on my YouTube channel. I have put details in the booklet.
Got your rotary cutter?
Yes, if you... Oh, no.
Oh, you scissor?
I am.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't want to mess with fire. No. So I'm just going to fold it in half so I can just make a snip in the middle so I can get my blade in. And then I'm going to cut straight along. And then I'm going to go diagonally into the corner as close to that thread as I dare.
Yep.
Without cutting it. And again.
Got you.
Flicker around. And then we're going to be pushing all the fabric through to the other side.
Okay.
Now when I do this, my preferred method is to now iron there. I don't know whether you do that. I know a lot of people like to just push through, but I like to just press as I go.
Okay. Well, you do get a crisper finish, don't you?
Absolutely, yeah.
See my little cup of tea there? They look after me. Otherwise, I just stop speaking. That's the trick. Everyone's just like, great, take the tea away.
So that's press that side, and then I'm going to do the same over here as well.
I like that little tip. So you're pressing the seam out, it's almost sort of towards the opening that you've
towards
cut.
where it wants to go ultimately.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And if I had a little line, it'd be kind of handy here to do the top and bottom.
Well.
Now the jumbo cord will want to bounce a little bit.
Yeah.
So if you have got a clapper, I feel like you do sell them, I've seen them.
We do.
Then you might want to use the clapper at this point. In fact, have you got a clapper to... Oh, we have there. Am I allowed to use it?
Of course you can.
Shall we see? I mean, I've just said
have
this.
anything you want,
Thank
Lucy.
you. Anything that my heart desires. Right, where are we going? So we'll pull this through.
Because it is definitely worth spending a little bit of time creating a neat finish here. And I suppose if you've never done this before, this is a good one to do because it's hidden. So if it's not perfect first time, no sweat.
Yep. If it's not perfect, who cares anyway?
Well, no sweat anyway, exactly.
No. I was sewing with Kiara yesterday. We were designing something new and she was unhappy with a bit of sewing she'd done. And I took it off her ends and I went and put it into situ because it was like a big dining mat thing, if you like, for a table. And I put it on the table. I said, now come and stand next to me. I said, now look at it. What do you think? She went, oh, it looks all right. I said, yes, because people don't stare at what you've done. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just iron this and then I'm going to iron it again with the clapper so you can see the difference. So I'm just going to press this into place. And of course I can use some steam if it'll work. Is that what I do on here?
Yeah.
So that's, I have to stand it up, I can't not. So can we see that that's,
I'll have to move it over. Let me just see if you get it right in the middle. There's perfect.
So we can see, it's nice, don't get me wrong. It's not nice, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
But now, if we use the clapper, and then we can do a comparison.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to do is I'm going to iron it again, apply some heat and a bit of steam. Then I'm going to whip the iron away and I'm going to pop the clapper in its place. Can we clap, clap? And I'm going to hold it firmly.
Yep.
Thank you, Kat. That was a beautiful clap.
So the clapper then, for anyone who's not seen these before.
Yep. It's trapping the steam. It's trapping it but not burning the fabric. So can we see the difference?
That's really crisp.
Really crisp, really flat. So yeah, absolutely worth an investment. It was my Christmas present of my husband a few years ago, my clapper. All I wanted. He said, I can't just buy you a block of wood for Christmas. I said, yes, you can, because it's what I really want.
Absolutely, just take it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's all beautiful. Give it another little iron from the top, but that's that bit done.
Good, great.
So now it comes to adding the zip. I might leave it on there because the green's sort of blending into that. Is that all right?
Yeah, of course.
So I have got some beautiful zip on a roll. Okay. I don't remember the exact measurement of what I need to cut off, but it does say in the instructions. But essentially it wants to be as long as the whole opening and a bit more. So let's just assume an inch more on either side and that'll be absolutely fine.
So probably an 8-inch zip, a 9-inch zip,
Yes.
that's going to be fine.
Yes.
You'll need to add that yourself.
Yeah, it does say in the instructions, like I say. So I'm just going to cut that off.
And although these look like metal teeth, this is a nylon zip.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
it is, yes. Yeah. Okay, so we're all ready to go. Let me just make sure which way I've gone. There we go. Yeah. In order, when you've got these zip tapes, to make sure that it stays closed at both ends, I don't know whether you know this, but you pop the zip pull onto your tape and you push it all the way through and back off the other end. And then you turn it around, you open it up again and you push it back on to the middle. And that's how you get it, so it's open at the top and the bottom. So you're not fighting with it when you're then going to be sewing it in.
Oh, okay. That's
did
cool.
you know that?
I didn't know that.
There you go. It's a learning day. Right, I'm going to use some of my tape. I have been converted. Thank you, Becky Alexander Frost.
Oh, Becky's encouraged all of us to. We've actually got the double-sided tape in the next hour, the 10 o'clock hour. So you can always jump ahead onto the web and grab yourself a roll. We always sell out. Otherwise, we'll have it in the 10 o'clock.
So I'm just going to pop some of that on both sides. I almost want to go back to the old-fashioned methods of tacking everything
Basting
by
it.
hand.
Well, I do with
by
zips.
Hand.
Yeah.
Do you do it by hand?
Yeah.
I do
I
if
wouldn't
I'm
try and tack
making-
a zip in by machine because that's the whole thing for me. They're quite tricky to sew in by machine unless they have been tacked
Right.
either with the tape or by hand. But yeah, I like them. I like to tack.
If I'm making like a beautiful dress, you know where you've got a zip that goes down the middle and then you've got your waist going that way, where I want it to be spot on, I will go in for those sort of methods then. It's got to be a special dress. I'm currently about to embark on my first ever ball dress.
Ooh.
Yes.
For you?
For me.
Nice.
Yes, I'm going to the dressmaker's ball in September.
Oh, so you've got a dress
Are
to
you
impress.
Are you going?
I've never been.
Well,
I've
neither
never
have I.
been. I look shocking in a ball gown, to be honest.
I mean, you could
it's
always
that
not
puts
wear a
me on.
dress. Have you thought about that?
Not really.
Yes, I'm going to be going.
Oh, nice. Where's that
Gonna get all
held?
at the City Hall, is it called?
In
Leicester.
Oh.
So I'm just placing that in.
I do think the double-sided tape is the best way of getting your zip beautifully central on a letterbox zip.
Yes.
Although I do hand tack a lot of things, this one I think it's easier to position and get everything just right with the tape because
Yeah.
it's sort of an instant bond.
because I don't want any accidents and things do happen, I've got my pocket piece here, and I'm just going to pin them right over here out of the way.
Nice tip, because I can just imagine what might happen if you didn't do that.
Yeah, and it's not a day for accidents.
We don't like unpicking.
We don't. Yesterday, but it happens to all of us, Stuart. Yesterday, I had a terrible day in the afternoon. I'd had a really, 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 really busy day the day before, and I was just making mistake after mistake. Kiara was working with me, and then she started cutting off what I'd just sewn because she was making mistakes. Like, that's it. Time to put everything away.
Stop. Bacon sandwich. Let's get out of here.
Yes, unless you're a vegetarian.
Neither of you are you?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh, well, a bacon sandwich then.
No, thank you.
Really?
Yeah. I'm failing a little bit at the minute, though, at being a vegetarian.
Right, okay. Flexitarian.
Flexitarian. I like that. I've never heard of that.
Haven't you? Oh, no, it's a thing. It's a thing.
Oh.
Where people are largely plant-based, but then just, if you're in a restaurant and there's a particularly nice bit of,
rump.
You just have it.
Yeah.
Some people are just like that anyway. And don't label it, just some people eat a lot of vegetarian food, and I always remind Charlie, egg and chips is vegetarian. Because he'll always say, "Oh, I could never be vegetarian." I say, "Egg and chips, Charlie, egg and chips."
Yeah.
And then he says, "Oh yeah, that's true."
Yeah. So what I've done here, can I just say, I've just increased my stitch length to 3.5. I've got my zip foot on, and I'm just working my way around. Again, in the same principle as before, I don't actually start on the corners.
Right.
So I'm just going to work my way around.
So you do the same again when you're top stitching?
Yeah, I do
Cool.
indeed, yeah.
That's a lovely zip insertion there.
Thank you very
nice.
much.
Do you know,
Thank you.
though, you've just sold the clapper, I think. Because
Have I?
that is, well, for me, because that is such a lovely, neat letterbox, probably the neatest one I've seen. And the difference that I've seen is the use of the clapper.
Can I put that on my CV?
Put it on a T-shirt.
T-shirt and CV.
Definitely.
Lucy
Clapper. You don't have to
fab
wait
with
till
the clapper.
Christmas. Don't wait till Christmas. Treat yourself. It's $19.99.
Honestly, it is more than, it's wonderful. So there we go. That is the zip. Like you say, beautiful.
Very nice.
So now all we've got to do is finish that pocket off. So I'm going to just take my zip foot off again and pop my regular foot back on again. Have we got a bundle that's still a favourite, may I ask?
I'm sure we do. Favourite bundle so far? What's in the lead? Not telling. It's refusing to tell.
Oh.
Teal, still teal. We're loving the teal.
Teal's amazing.
Yeah, it is a lovely colour. It's gorgeous. Don't forget, you can get the pattern on its own if you've got some lovely fabrics. Or don't forget, at 12 o'clock we've got Bag Making Fabrics Hour.
Perfect.
With some beautiful cotton canvas. We've got some gorgeous tapestries. We've got some PU. So how do we finish this pocket, Lucy?
We're just going to take our fabric. We're going to flip it over.
Oh, I get it.
Ah, did you think I was going to pop another piece on?
I did, but you couldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Equal
you could.
size, and then have a massive pocket that goes right into the bag.
I'm not greedy with my pockets, though.
Greedy. I'm an absolute greedy guts.
So all I'm going to do at this stage is sew my two short sides. So this one here and this one here. But if I can just draw your attention to the fact that I've just...
Draw it.
Draw away. I'm going to sew from this angle here, but on this side, I'm actually just going to pin it on the opposite side.
Yeah.
And all will become clear.
Okay.
These are tips that I've learned over the years. When things get in the way.
For sure. For sure.
So I'm just going to flip that all out of the way, and I'm going to take it under the machine again. Centimetre seam allowance.
But pull that needle cord out of the way, that jumbo cord.
It is out the way,
yeah.
Flipped it to the left before we started.
Derek's message to say, Lucy's use of the clapper is a brilliant idea for shirt plackets. Derek makes a lot of gorgeous shirts.
I make a lot of shirts and that kind of thing.
Crisp.
And when I'm making my jeans, very, very important.
Yeah.
So we've just sewn from that direction, but now I need to sew over here. And I want to keep all my fabrics out of the way. I always have everything to the left. So if I now sew there, I can keep it to the left.
Gotcha. Viv says, we don't unpick, we reverse sew.
We do.
We do.
Yes.
We do. Carol says, the Maiden bag is the next thing to try, as I am sewing a lot of bags. It looks cool.
Excellent. Well, we want to see pictures, don't we?
Yeah, it is a thrill, isn't it, to see when
I
people
love
have
it.
made bags.
Absolutely love it. Yes. Right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come to do this contrast piece next. Okay.
So our pocket's in then.
Pocket's
Can I just
in.
have a little?
Obviously, it's open at this end at this moment in time. Baste
There
it
it
if you
is.
want to make it
There
as
it
one.
is. There's our pocket.
But I'm actually going to be sewing that bit next. Really.
Lush. Okay, good.
So I'm going to take my contrast strip now here. Again, if you wish to do so, I mean, I wouldn't with the PU personally, but you're going to need to interface it. And then with the iron, to get a nice crease, you can't iron the PU. I personally would use something like my little roller, which I use in quilting really, but you can then form a bit of a crease on your PU. I don't top stitch down this edge, but that's a personal thing. If you want to, do it. I'm not going to be interfacing this. I am going for the pure soft feel.
And it's a cotton canvas anyway, so it's fairly sturdy,
It is a bit
isn't
thicker,
it?
yeah. Can we just iron that, please?
Yeah, no worries.
Beautiful ironing.
Thank you. Oh, I love the ironing part of quilting, bag making, dressmaking. It's a lovely little pause for breath in the sewing, isn't it?
You're making me laugh because yesterday when we were working, I was selling foundation paper piece, and I was saying it's very mindful doing all this bit. Well, that's a bit I made so many mistakes on.
Oh, really?
But it's only because I was so extremely tired.
Right,
you know.
very, yeah.
It was. I just absolutely love that stage. That's my next hour that I'll be doing. I'm going
Ace.
to pin it to hold it a little bit.
So the folds on the inside, raw edges are lined
Raw
up.
edges are all lined up down here, and then
Yep.
we're going to take this last little piece here and we're going to lay that on top. So I'm just going to make sure the bottom's all lined up here. And we'll go to the top. I might just use a couple of clips at this point.
Yeah, because there's quite a lot of thick layers there, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And if you have a walking foot and you want to use it, pop it on now, especially if you are working with the PU choice. You know your machine.
Ah, Carol, when Carol said I'm going to use this on a bag, she was talking about the letterbox zip. Yeah, oh, it's a really good finish, isn't it? It's a lovely thing to add into a bag.
Yeah, well, head over to my YouTube channel then, and then you can. There's like a slow down function now on watching those videos if you need it.
Ah, fab.
Take it nice and steady. It's actually incorporated in the full tutorial for the Elizabeth bag that I'm making in the next hour.
Nice. Oh yeah, don't forget there's more bag making from Lucy at 11. 2 of your patterns.
All of the bags.
Blackwell and Elizabeth.
Yeah, that's right.
Yummy. Elizabeth Blackwell sounds like a novelist who was probably around about the same time as the Bronte sisters, don't you think?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Blackwell.
Yeah, you're right. So now we're going to press this panel over to the left-hand side. I'm going to remove those pins at this point. But look, our zip is covered.
Gorgeous. You want
So
to
again,
press?
and again, if you want
Clapper?
to use your clapper, let's do it.
I was just thinking that.
Oh, with the dream team, John.
We like-
John, I've called you John again. It's the glitter, it's putting me off.
I mean, once, shame on you. Twice, shame on me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm very flattered that you would call me John. He's younger, he's better looking, he's taller.
Oh,
Do you know, in my head, I'd got the idea that John and I were the same height, but he's actually quite a bit taller than me.
is he?
Yeah, yeah. And do you know, like false memory syndrome? Do you ever have that?
No,
I
I
thought-
don't.
Where you seem to remember people as being taller or something? No,
No.
just me then.
Just you. All I'm going to do now is I'm just going to baste these layers together, just
Yeah.
the top and bottom, stop them flapping around, and then I'm going to sew up this edge here to hold all of those seam allowances together now.
Okay, cool. Bex has got in touch to say, morning Stuart and everyone else. I really enjoy making bags, partly because I'm hopeless at making clothes. Ha ha, I know the feeling. This is a lovely bag pattern. Really looking forward to trying it. Carol says, oh, that's good for a beginner, as that's what I am. Sewing Street is fantastic for trying things out. We do see a lot of new skills. We get a lot of skill building here on Sewing Street, don't we? Because we're so diverse.
Yes, absolutely. Well, that's part of, I was saying I've been busy. I won't talk too much about it, but obviously I focus on bags. But I have Kiara, who now works for me 1 day a week. She's a student, about to start on her A-levels, but very much a beginner. And she is going to be focusing on, well, she's already started, amazingly, focusing on developing patterns for beginners.
Oh, lovely.
Made by beginners.
By beginners. Nice, I like that.
So it'll be all in her terms, her thinking, her thought processes.
Wow.
So that whole sort of layman's terms.
Right.
Really thinking slowly about terminology.
Yeah, busting the jargon.
Getting rid of the jargon, actually, So we've got a front of a bag.
We do indeed.
Just remember when you're using your cord as well that it does have a nap. So make sure you're cutting the front and the backs in the same direction, okay?
Just feel the need to go back into that pocket. Now it's all stitched up. Oh, it is a thing of beauty, isn't it? Look, that's lovely. So really super gorgeous. Love it. Right, front of bag.
Okay.
Done.
So, shall I go on to attach the gusset and show you how I do that?
Yes, please.
Would you like me to do that?
Yeah, because I think for those of us that have made things like tote bags, front bag, box the corners, a gusset can seem a bit intimidating.
Yeah, I know, I understand
It's the next step, isn't it?
Yeah. So as we practice, I'm going to do it on the plainer piece. Okay. Now this is really in the same principles as we make lots of things, using a little bit of maths. And when I say maths, I'm talking about folding. So let's fold this in half here. So we've got a halfway point.
Yeah.
And just take a little snip out, a little triangle.
Okay.
So we know we've got a mark in there. We've got our gusset piece here, which is one long strip. So it should be a little bit thicker in the middle and then narrow off.
Oh, I like that shape.
Good eye.
Nice.
And again, I've done the same. So when it was folded, let me show you here, I've cut out little triangles. So now it's just a case of making the triangles match.
Lucy, can I ask what might seem like an obvious question? With your gusset piece and this, are these the same measurement, or do you have to ease? Like with a sleeve, you have to ease it in.
No, same measurements. The only thing I
measurement.
ever find is, and this is down to me and my sewing because I'm normally rushing, is that sometimes they can come off a bit longer. I can cope with longer because I can trim it back.
You can trim them off, yeah.
Yeah. But no, there's no easing involved.
Okay, cool. Great.
I'm going to show you how to get around the corners. I say corners, they're rounded, so it helps, yeah? So we're just going to line up our 2 notches here, and I'm going to pin there. And this really is, as you'll know, all about the pinning. It's just like working with jersey. The more pins you've got, the better. So I'm just going to start working on one half of the bag first, and I'm going to keep my pins running in this direction.
And I suppose instantly, the minute you match up your centres, you've already made the job twice as easy, because you now know this half of the gusset goes on this side, this half on the other. It's going to make a better finish.
Absolutely. Now all we've got to do now is get this effectively a straight piece to fit around a corner. The easiest way to do that is to just, for this sort of section, so I've stopped here where the curve starts. You'll know where to stop because it just feels natural because you're about to go around a corner effectively. I just get a little pair of scissors. Now I'm going to be sewing at a 1 centimetre seam allowance, so let me just draw it in pen. I'll draw it in, let's see if blue shows really well. We're going to be, does that show through a camera or not?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so we're going to be sewing roughly here. So any cuts that I make need to be made really here downwards.
Yeah.
Does that show well enough? So as long as we keep it there, we're going to be all right.
Fab.
So all we need to do is take some little nicks out in order to allow the fabric to fan open. So let me turn it around, else you're not going to see what I'm doing because of my hands. So I'm just working on this piece alone, and I'm just going to snip upwards.
And how far apart do you make those snips?
These are about 1 centimetre apart.
Okay.
I have gone less than that on different makes if I've needed to. You'll get a feel when you start putting it in. Sometimes, if you're a confident sewer, you may not even do that until you reach that part of your sewing as well. So now you can see it'll start splaying.
Mm-hmm.
It wants to open.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to work here.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, I mean, it really easily matches up now with the curved edge.
Yeah, absolutely.
Such a good
so
tip.
you've just got to keep your raw edges together.
Sue's a fan. Sue's got in touch to say, love Lucy's shows, great demonstrator.
Oh,
That's
thank
lovely.
you, Sue.
Marie says, I think this is really calling me John twice. Stuart and John, both gorgeous. I'll take that. Thank you.
So I'm just working along. But like I say, if I was at home when I make this, I will just you could effectively start at the middle and work your way around and just snip whilst it's at the machine if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
That's just about confidence really,
Sure.
isn't it? But, you know, slow and steady wins the race. We're going to be doing less unpicking if we do this.
For sure.
Less will go wrong. So we just work our way up.
Mm-hmm.
So that's gone a little bit over there. I can't honestly remember whether I purposely made it a little bit longer, but I normally do that just to allow, you know, a bit of manoeuvre.
Bit of wiggle room.
A bit of wiggle room, just like in dressmaking, we have that huge 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. It's no different, really. My huge sleeves are getting in the way, aren't they?
I love the top you're wearing. It's
Thank you.
gorgeous.
Thank you very much. I'll try and speed up just a little bit.
It's all right. Sometimes it's just really good to see a couple of processes in real time, don't you think? You know, because then you know at home, it also helps like to know that you're doing it right, because it took this long when you did it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And to also me to be open and say I make mistakes.
Absolutely. It's so reassuring, isn't it? To know, and also to know what you do if you do make that mistake.
Absolutely. You've got to know how to rewind the clock a bit, don't you?
Exactly.
Oh, talk about rewinding the clock. Do you know what I'm making at the minute?
A clock.
Tula Pink, the Curious and Curious range. I got it from here.
Oh, lovely.
Quilt.
Nice.
Quilt. Very happy with that.
Yeah.
Right, so now I'm going to go ahead.
I was thinking you were doing like a tribute to Cher. If I could turn back time.
No, I'm not. I'm not doing that.
So I'm just flicking my long straight hair back.
So sew all the way down, take your time around the corners.
Take your time, you say. You're going like a rally driver. If I could turn back time, if I could find a word.
Halfway there.
Ah, this is fun. Steph's got in touch talking about muddling names up. Names. My name is Stefania. Steph to friends. My brother's name is Sergio. Oh, I like that. My late neighbour used to call him Sedge. You won't believe the number of times Mum has called me Sergio. Cute. It's a lovely name, isn't it?
Yeah.
I like that.
So there we go. That's that one in
Gorgeous.
beautifully around the corners.
Easy.
Yeah. So now all we have to do is that on repeat to get the other panel in. Would you like me to do that?
Yeah. So where you've gone, where it's a bit longer, do you trim it now, or
I'll
when
do
you've
it at the
added
end.
the other?
I'll do it at the
Gotcha.
end. Yeah.
Okay.
Because then I'll know that theoretically it should
All match up.
thereabouts.
And I like as well how you've cut the jumbo cord differently so that the stripe runs. It's almost like a striped fabric. It looks so smart.
Yeah, we need a bit of texture. It adds to it all. So now I've just done that thing again to find the halfway mark, and I'm going to line that up to our remaining edge of the gusset. Now I'm going to work with this panel on the bottom, and the bit that we're going to sew in, I'm going to pop that onto the top.
On the top.
You may prefer it the other way round. I'll leave that with you to decide.
I'd do a bit of both, if I'm being honest.
Do you like to mix it up?
Yeah.
You are crazy, aren't you?
I know, it's how I roll.
Crazy.
Just depends on the day of the week.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been Wednesday for ages this week.
What do you mean?
Well, I went to...
You just felt a bit middle of the week.
Well, no. I went to Craft Cotton Company's event on Thursday, and every time somebody asked me what day I was going, I said Tuesday, all of the time. So, no, not Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm even getting it wrong now. So, yeah, it's consistently Wednesday. When it's not, it's Thursday. So, yes, looking at your fabrics there I was.
Oh, thank you. Oh, I do. I love all fabric.
But you mainly love your own.
Well, no, but it's such a joy to actually start with what you want to make, and then work backwards and then create the fabric that can make the things you want. Do you know what I mean? Rather than trying to find the fabric to make what you want, I can reverse engineer.
Well, do you want to know my little bit of, I said I've been really, really busy.
Please.
I'm going to be designing my own range.
Hey, that's fantastic news, Lucy.
Yes.
Tell us more.
No.
No.
No. Thank you, Kat.
Not even a little spoiler about the style. Is it for dressmaking, bag making?
No, it's going to be cottons, a cotton range. But it's going to, if anybody follows me and understands the ethos of me, then it will hold a very strong brand feel.
Okay, cool.
Yeah?
Good to know.
Yeah.
And when's that range going to be coming out? And will we have it on Sewing Street?
Well, this is all new. This is why I can't tell you much, to be honest with you. It's because it only became a reality on Thursday.
Okay, so it's very new.
Yes. So it's...
Was it Thursday though, or was it Wednesday?
In real life, it was Thursday. Yeah, so that's news. And then I had some other news this week as well.
Are you going to tell us that, or just...
I will tell you that. It'll be meaningless, I'm sure. But I'm actually because I work obviously at university as well, but I'm also a governor for Lincolnshire Partnership Foundation Trust. They're the mental health trust for the county. We deliver all services. And as of Wednesday or Thursday, I can't remember which day, I was chosen to be their deputy.
Oh, congratulations.
So that's a voluntary role.
Wonderful.
So yeah.
What's the pay like?
It's voluntary. Oh, you're taking the mickey. Taking the mickey. Yes. So super busy life. And of course, as I mentioned, we've got this new range that we're going to be hoping launching here.
Wonderful.
Just waiting for the green light on that at the minute.
Well, it sounds terrific to me.
So yeah. Lots going on, and having Kiara, like I say, I know I keep mentioning her, but it's a fantastic opportunity for me and for her.
Really terrific. This bag's coming together as well, isn't it? Details on screen at the moment are for the teal, thank you. The teal, still the most popular. Although, I've got to say, the denim and the gold is catching up. My personal favourite is the dusky pink.
Mine's the pink.
I'm going to grab the dusky pink for a minute because I think we're forgetting how beautiful this is.
It's absolutely
I
gorgeous.
do love it. I do love it. It's just lovely. You've got that dusky rose pink PU, and our PU is so soft and easy to sew. You do not need a leather needle. You can use a regular needle for that. You've got your baby cord.
But that's going to be all of the bag, the equivalent of the denim, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or you could have that as a whole.
Yeah.
But I think I would have that because it's just so beautiful.
It's lovely, isn't
Absolutely
it?
Gorgeous.
And then you've got that deep sort of moss green contrast for your lining. And as I say, I would add maybe a little covered piping cord in the seams. Beautiful.
Oh, we could put some pom-pom trim.
Pom-pom trim.
Rick-rack in the seam.
Everything's better.
Pom-pom and
rick-rack.
Yeah.
Couldn't agree more. If you want the pattern on its own, by the way, let me just remind you of the pattern on its own, because I've got some absolutely beautiful cotton canvas and PU and tapestry fabrics coming up at 12 o'clock, which would work perfectly for this bag. And we know, don't we, that 1/2 metre for the outside, 1/2 metre contrast for the outside, so 1 metre in total, and then some lining fabric. So easy to kit yourself from fabrics you love. All right, $9.99 for the pattern.
So now I can just trim off my ends, nice and even.
Easy, perfect finish.
Peasy,
Yeah.
Look at that.
About 4 minutes left.
Okay.
And if you were going to use H630
Yep.
to make it just slightly padded, at what point would you add it?
I would do it on the linings in this case,
Okay.
and I would do it when I've got, because the linings are effectively 2 of these
Yep.
plain pieces. So do it on the flat,
Yeah.
do it in your gusset. You might prefer, although it's not ever so thick,
No.
you might prefer to cut it a little bit narrower so it stays out of your seams. I wouldn't, I'd just go for it.
Same here.
Would you?
Yeah,
I'm
no,
a
I'd
devil,
leave it in the seams.
absolute devil.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would do it at that point then, and then pop it together. The inside of the bag is effectively making the outside of 2 of these put together with your gusset again, and then we're going to make a basic slip pocket. So the other elements to do on this are making your tab fastenings down the side and the strap. So where would you? Oh, and the tab closure.
Okay.
Do you want me to do the tab?
Yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah.
That'd be really good
Would we
to
like
see.
it in some?
We've got about 3 minutes. Would that be enough?
No.
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 Well, not then.
What about 33 minutes?
Afraid not.
Okay.
I've got loads of lovely tools and demos to do in the next hour, Lucy. I'm chomping at the bit.
Right. We have the measurements in the booklet to cut out 2 squares, but I won't worry about what that measurement is right now. I'm just going to cut instead.
Okay, fair enough.
Get my ruler. So this is the bit that if I was going to interface, then I would, you know?
Right, yeah, so maybe like a little bit of medium weight interfacing.
Yeah, just because we're going to be adding some magnetic clasps.
Right.
And it always needs a little bit of something behind it, really,
Yeah.
doesn't it? So, my blade doesn't want to cut that well on this board.
Say that again, sorry.
My blade doesn't want to cut that well on this board.
Okay.
Might be time for a change.
Change of board, change of blade.
Change of life choices.
Ah.
So yeah, so I would interface these, and then it's just simply a case of laying them right sides together and sewing around 3 of the edges. When it's turned through, we're then going to add our magnetic clasps just on the inside points, and then when we turn it around, we'll be able to top stitch and secure it into place. So you
Fab.
can see that there.
Yeah,
A bit better, can't
great. Easy peasy.
we? Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you, Lucy.
No problem.
Absolutely fab. We never get quite enough time, but great to see a few of those real key skills. And thank you for showing us how easy it is to put the gusset in, because I think that always looks like it's going to be a hard job, but with Lucy's tips, easy peasy. Bro, thank you.
You're welcome,
And
no
we'll
problem.
see you in an hour's time for
will.
Elizabeth Blackwell
Yes.
and her wonderful novels.
Yeah, lovely.
And your gorgeous bags. All right, quick roundup then before we go to break. If you want to grab the teal bundle, it's been our most popular, $26.99. You get your 1/2 metre of jumbo cord, you get your 1/2 metre of cotton canvas, and you get your 1/2 metre of beautiful silky lining fabric, plus pattern, bargain price that, $26.99. You don't need any interfacing inside the bag unless you want a slightly padded bag, in which case a metre of H630 will do it. Right, second most popular was the denim gold PU and batik combo, actually really catching up now. 1/2 metre of the dark denim, over half the stock of this has gone, by the way. You get your 1/2 metre of beautiful, soft, flexible, easy to sew gold PU, and then you get your 1/2 metre of the batik for your lining, plus pattern. Just a lovely combo, that, really lovely. And there, just for a quick flash, is the finished bag. It's just gorgeous, isn't it? Okay, and then the last version is my favourite, personal favourite, this one. Loved it as soon as I saw it. Dusky pink. It's just a lovely summer into autumn colourway, I think, this. It's got a sort of first few weeks of September. You're not giving up summer, but you're also kind of welcoming the warmth of autumn, aren't you? as well. Dusky rose pink, this needle cord as well there, which is so soft and yummy. And then this deep moss green lining fabric, plus your pattern. Absolutely lovely. Toke Enstone says, hello, big sister.
I'm the big sister.
You're the big sister.
I am.
Big hello.
Hello.
Right, time for a break. We'll see you after this.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
I'm just going to shoot from the hip. We've got loads of great tools in this hour, so I'm going to crack straight on and start with something that we all love and everybody loves. Lucy was using it in the last hour. Over half the stock's gone on pre-order. What am I talking about? It's the double-sided tape, the wash away quilter's tape. This we just love. It's that 1/4 inch wide, narrow, double-sided sticky tape that Baffa uses to put in every zip. We all use it to put in every zip now because it makes the job so easy and the results so slick and so professional looking. You don't have to hand baste. It's a couple of lines of tape, and when you wash the bag it'll wash away. If you don't ever wash the bag, it won't hurt anything. It doesn't gum up the needle. It's brilliant stuff. You get 11 yards, which is enough to put in oodles of zips. If you think about, 12 inches, so a yard is like 36, is it 36 inches? It is, isn't it? It's not that one. 36 inches, so like a 12-inch zip, 3 of those, times 11, 33 zips. Yeah, brilliant. So, I mean, loads and loads of zips if that's how you use it. But you can also use it if you're doing something like, PU shoulder strap, okay? Because you can't pin it and you want to make a nice neat folded strip. So, and you can't turn it through either. So you just use the wash away tape along your shoulder strap, fold the edges in to neaten them and stick it down and then top stitch. But 2 left. There's 2 left. Okay, I will leave that with you. Yeah, we're going to try and talk about products we don't get time to talk about. Steph's put in a request. Jules, if you've got time, please could you demonstrate cutting large pieces of fabric? I struggle and end up wasting so much fabric. Any tips greatly received. Thank you. Steph, if I can't do it today, I will definitely demo that the first opportunity I get, because I think that's a really, really good request. And yeah, I will do that. Next thing, Thermolan. Thanks, Kat. So Thermolan is a gorgeous bright white polyester quilt batting called Thermolan because it's heat insulating. So that means it'll keep warm things warmer for longer, cold things colder for longer. And it works by the fact that this wadding is very, very firmly compressed. So it's almost like a layer of felt. It's not thick, it's still a nice thin layer. It's thinner than normal sort of felt that you might work with. But because of that compression, it really, really traps air to insulate with. Brilliant for things like quilted clothing, waistcoats, jackets, kimono style jackets, that sort of thing. Also brilliant for things like table runners, placemats. You're not going to use this where you might be doing something like oven gloves or hot pads, where it's got to actually protect protect your hands from heat, you need heat reflective batting for that. But you can also use it for things like those pouches that you put tortillas, flour tortillas, into the microwave to microwave, or jacket potato bags. You can use it for that as well. Or things like lunch bags, shopping bags, where you may be taking that roast chicken, that rotisserie chicken home, and you want to keep it nice and warm. Yum, yum. Had one of those the other night, very nice. And bright white, so if you use it with lights, brights, it's going to really sort of give them a nice crisp glow. Right, so that's our Thermolam. Now, next up, I've got iron-on interfacing. I love the hemline version. I use this in all of my bags, really, and where I use interfacing. It's a very, very easy to use this. Very easy to use. It's got a nice sort of, it's almost like a papery finish to it as interfacing. Of course, once it's ironed to the fabric, all you get is this wonderfully sort of firm, stable fabric. But if you've ever used interfacing with a very light and floaty and a bit difficult to control, this isn't it. It's nice. In fact, I'm going to open this and just show you how it looks, because I think that gives you a better sense. There we go. I'm in. Oh, a message from Jackie. Lovely. The app is not allowing me to check out. It just keeps taking me back to the beginning. Annoying, Jackie, annoying. Try completely closing the app down. Relaunch the app. Relaunch the app. The app is working, but sometimes it can sort of stick on your device. So close it right down, relaunch it. If you're still having problems, give the call centre a ring, 0800 001 4433. Right, just to show you, so really nice, stable, firm, medium weight interfacing. It's my absolute favourite. A non-woven, so it doesn't have any stretch at all in it. Really, really good for bag making. Use that for things like shoulder straps, pockets. And sometimes you just want like the lining to be a bit firmer or the fabric to be a bit firmer. Absolutely ideal. Great price too. $3.99 for that. All right, next up, you know this is one of my hero products, Bosal in our form. Now this one that I've got here is a double-sided fusible. So you've seen me use in our form lots for bags where you want lots of nice structure. So things like, you know, a nice tote bag or tote bag style, for example, where it will actually hold its shape and stand up nicely for itself. My Strippity Doodah bag uses in our form. My messenger bags use in our form. Things like where you want protection for what's going in. So maybe Kindle cases or laptop bags or even spectacle cases, absolutely ideal. Now, where you might not always see me using this, although I do quite a lot, is for things like placemats and table runners, where having that foam actually gives a really good degree of protection to the table and the surface underneath it. So also things like sewing machine mats, where you want to put your machine on the table, but you want to protect the table in our form. Now, your double-sided fusible is going to allow you to put fabric on both sides, iron it. I mean, generally I'll put the fabric underneath or something like an applique sheet underneath. Iron your top fabric, flip it over and then add the lining fabric on the other side. But you can fuse through both layers. It just takes a bit longer, a bit of steam. And then bind the edges. If you make Patterns by Annie bags, most of her bags, you layer up your outer and your lining fabric with, now she uses Soft and Stable, I believe, but essentially it's a fusible foam. So in our form, absolutely perfect. You quilt those layers and then you cut out your pattern pieces for the front and the back, the gusset of your bag, and then you sew them together with the seams on the outside and then you bind, like a quilt binding, bind the edges on the outside of the bag. Looks fabulous. You can also do it the other way, where the seams are on the inside and you then bind the seams on the inside. Of course, when you come to bind the seams, if they're on the inside, turn the bag so that the line's on the outside, bind them and then turn it back in. Nice, easy way of doing it. Teresa's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart, just home from work. Hurrah! Take the rest of the day off. Coffee on, feet up. Love your shirt. Thank you. Hubby cooks the most amazing rotisserie chicken on the barbecue. Well, send him over then, please. Catherine's got in touch to say, morning, just awake and watching from bed. Oh, lovely. Lovely. Have a relaxing morning. What a nice start to the day. Now, that's our Bosal in our form. Double-sided, love it. Absolutely love it. Now, if you're using something like in our form or thicker layers, if you try pinning it, you'll end up bending all your pins. Clips are where it's at. I've got a set of 100 quilters clips from Millwood. Great quality, these. You get 100, all different colours. And these are the regular sized quilters clips. Just going to grab the in our form back for a second. So when you're sewing your layers together, you can line up, pop your clips on. I love the fact that they're easy on, easy off, for one thing. You can also measure out your seam allowance. They have little seam guides, little lines on the flat side. One side's rounded, one side's flat. So have the flat side uppermost, and then you can use that as your seam guide. So to measure out different seam widths and then sew along the side, you see. But absolutely brilliant. Also super useful for things like when you're sewing your binding onto your quilts to hold the binding in place, whether you machine or hand sew. Also really, really useful when you're doing things like you're working with PU or oilcloth or cork, where you don't want to pin it because you'll leave holes that won't heal. Jill's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, I like the effect of Bosal, but I have trouble getting it to adhere. Any tips, Jill from Devon? Yes, I do indeed. So I actually spoke to the owner of Bosal, who's a fabulous guy, about adhering in our form to fabrics, because I've had trouble in the past where it almost bubbles and lifts. And so he said to me, the thing you have to understand, Stuart, is when you're using a heat activated fusible, is the fusible is attracted to the heat source. So in order for it to bond to the fabric and not just be pulled up into the fabric, you have to use minimal heat and minimum time. So what we all want to do is absolutely go for it. Our hottest iron, loads of steam, bond, you know, that's what we do perhaps with interfacing to bond it. But actually lower heat, minimum amount of time just to fuse those layers together will give you a much better bond. I still think that it always looks better quilted. So increasingly now where I use in our form, I add quilting. So the layers are held together, but I now like to think of it as more of a temporary bond to allow me to quilt rather than just a permanent bond and I don't need to quilt the layers together. I think it's better to quilt. But as always, experiment. If you're using smaller pattern pieces for a smaller bag, then I think the quilting is less necessary. But if you're making something like a large messenger bag or maybe a weekend bag, it's much better quilted and it looks better. It's just gorgeous. Another chance to do a bit of quilting. Hope that helped. I've given you an extra job there. All right, quilters clips. I'll leave that with you. Right, next up, glue sticks. Glue sticks. We've had glue stick refills for ages and no glue sticks. This is the first time I've seen them on air. for a little while. So we love these. We love these. I remember it's probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 years ago now, demonstrating glue sticks at a quilt show, because I hadn't seen them before, and most of the people who came to the quilt show hadn't seen them before, and we literally couldn't get them out of the boxes fast enough because it's such a brilliant tool. It's very simple. It seems very obvious now, but we didn't used to have these. It's like a mini Pritt stick, but it's definitely not Pritt stick glue. This is fabric safe. This is fabric safe glue. This, you can draw your line, you can stick your zip in to sew around, you can stick your seams together rather than pinning. I like to go over it with an iron briefly to heat set the glue. It goes on as a colour, in this case blue. As soon as it's dried to clear, that means it's dry. So when you can't see the colour anymore, it's dry. Okay. I also really like to use this for applique. So if I'm applying something like a bias stem, I will draw the line of the stem, maybe in a pencil first. I'll draw a line in the glue and then just stick the bias tape down. If you're doing things like stained glass window patchwork, absolute boon. Put it on the background fabric or on the piece rather than trying to get it on the line of bias tape. Draw it onto the fabric and then just press your bias tape into place. So easy to use. We all need these. Jenny Jackson loves them for EPP. Now again, I remember Tula Pink coming over, it was about 9 years ago, she came to Festival of Quilts and she was sitting at a table doing book signings and things, but in between she was doing EPP and she had one of these and I said to her, what are you doing? I had never seen them before, and she showed me how to use them for EPP. Again, it seems obvious now, but a few years ago we did not have these. You get one glue stick in the pen and then you also get a replacement in your pack, and then you can easily buy these replacements. Brilliant, we love them. Over half the stock went on preview. It went before we got to the show. Very, very popular. Very popular that. Okay, right. What else is going well? Pins. Pins, magic pins. Magic pins. Patchwork pins. This is a pack of 100. These are Taylor Seville, and these are beautiful, beautiful quality pins. Nice and fine, really sharp, and easy to hold, comfort grip. And they're also heat resistant, so you can swipe these with an iron without melting them. Easy to use. They come in a box, so you can store them in there, just like this. So pins are the kind of thing that often gets neglected when we're thinking about our tools and what we value. You know, if I asked you what do you value in your sewing room, you'd probably say your sewing machine, you'd probably say your stash. I think most of us would forget to mention our pins, but the reality is that pinning is one of the key routes to success in dressmaking, in patchwork, in home decor, in bag making. And what's lovely about these pins is that they are lovely and fine, but not so fine that they bend and distort. You've got that comfort grip at the top, which means they're very easy to pick up. So if you don't have a head on your pins, they're very, very difficult to pick up from the table, whereas these comfort grips, they're silicone. They're just super easy to pick up off the table, going through the fabric like a hot knife through butter, aren't they? And then you see, when you're sewing I like to have my pins sticking out like that from the side so that as I'm sewing I can pull them out as I go before I get to them. But, you know, even if you needed to take that to the ironing board and give that a press, you can, because these heads are heat resistant. Now, obviously, don't put your iron on and then go make yourself a cup of tea. You know, they're heat resistant, but you can melt them if you try really, really hard. Helen's got in touch to say, I love my glue pen. I faffed about trying to join elastic for a wrist before I remembered the glue pen. Well, you know, it's just a good reminder sometimes to think about those really useful tools. Sandra says, I've moved you through to the back bedroom now, Stuart. I'm going to play with my brother embroidery sewing machine. Sandra in dry at the moment, Glasgow. Show me something on the website. If you click on coming up, this is a bit naughty. This is a bit naughty. If you scroll all the way to the very bottom, this is coming up, yeah? Right to the very bottom. Oh, hello. Hello. Calico, quilters pre-shrunk, 1/2 metre. Has it just come back in stock? Okay. Literally, last night, the Calico came into the warehouse. It's all booked in. Don't even have it in the studio because they literally just got it. But we've got our quilters pre-shrunk Calico back in stock. That is wonderful news. So it's £2.99 per 1/2 metre. It's 60 inches wide. We are not supposed to have it on the show today because it's literally, let's just do it. Let's just do it. Let's get it in. I don't have any to show you, but you know what it is. It's beautiful quality, 60 inches wide. That's just for an example. 60 inches wide. It's about as big as my hug. Gorgeous, soft, supple, because it's pre-shrunk, pre-washed. Doesn't have that awful stiffness to it. Brilliant for things like adding into your piecing, especially if you want to give perhaps a more rustic country look. Looks beautiful with things like Liberty because you've got the pretty with that sort of I don't know, that more rustic fabric. Also brilliant for lining bags with, backing quilts and wall hangings, runners, things like that. Absolutely ideal when you want to back a piece of quilting for quilting that you're then maybe going to line the bag, but you want to back the fabric. So for example, if you're using the double-sided in our form, but you only, you want an unquilted lining, just back the fusible side with Calico. And if you don't want to quilt it, don't quilt it, but I'd still recommend you baste around the edges to hold the Calico in place on, on the back, and then make your bag up with your loose lining. It's a super, super useful thing to have. If you're a dressmaker, definitely get yourself 3 to 5 meters of pre-shrunk Calico for making your toiles from. If you've recently bought Helen Rhiannon's, it is Helen Rhiannon, isn't it? Her beautiful new book on dressmaking. You will need about 3 to 5 meters of Calico, about 2.5 to 3 to make your initial bodice block, and then a couple more meters to experiment with things like sleeves. Thank you, team. Added the Calico to my order. Lynn, you are welcome. We all get very excited about the little things here. Do you? Because it's these little things that make such a difference to so many of the things that we do. We love it. We need it. We often get huge quantities in stock and then literally 24 hours later it's all gone. We do that all the time. We were in a couple of weeks ago when we had our last restock and we sold 800 meters in a day, which was almost all of the stock. And I think a couple of days later, we sold the rest of it. So just to say that this comes in, but then it goes out very quickly. So if you want to grab some Calico, not a bad idea. 300 of you have got it in your baskets, and we don't know how many units you've got in your basket, but I think that probably there's no one there that's got a single unit. Everyone's multi-buying. If everybody who's currently got it in their baskets had got 10 units, 5 meters, it would be it gone, all gone. So that's how quickly we can sell out of calico. Right. Let's do the other pins, which are the extra long pins. And I've got some of these here as well. Oh, these are beautiful. These are really good if you've got to hold lots of layers together. So, for example, they're very useful in dressmaking, when you might perhaps be adding things like a collar to a shirt, where you've got, if you think the collar has got outer lining and possibly 1 or 2 layers of interfacing, so 3 to 4 layers, then you're adding that to a collar stand, which might also have 3 layers. So you're ending up with 6 layers all together. Extra long pins are fab. It just makes the whole job. So if I actually put this up into 6 layers, and then just allows me to put my pin through, whereas a shorter pin you would really struggle to do that, but that's pinned beautifully through all those layers. They are 2 1/4 inches in length, still have that lovely comfort grip, still have that fabulous heat resistant silicone grip at the end of them. Sorry, they're very small, aren't they? They still come in their little case. You get 50. You get 50 in a box for £12.99. And you can, of course, also use these for your regular pinning. If you just like a bit extra length on your pin, you know, so you've got plenty to pull out when you sew, not an issue. You can use these for just regular piecing as well. Now, pop a message up for me. That's it, lovely, thanks. Pauline in Cornwall. Good morning, Stuart. Can I buy the foam by the metre? As I make drum bags, I need 20-inch diameter. We don't have it by cut meters, do we? They're pre-packed. Sorry about that. But what you can do, you can butt the edges. It depends if you're quilting it or not, because you can just butt the edges together, fuse it, and then if you quilt it, you really won't see the join. And if I am butting layers together rather than a straight edge, I will overlap and cut a curvy edge, then butt them together. You don't need to sew those edges together because it's fusible, but just because it's this, that is so much easier to disguise. Your eye is drawn, isn't it, to straight lines, but that curvy line, you wouldn't see it. You can use an ordinary iron. You can just use an ordinary iron. Yeah, okay, magic pins, there we are. Right, yeah, let's do some rulers. Now, if I'm going to demo this, I'm going to need a sewing machine. If I'm gonna demo, I'll need a sewing machine, please. Thank you. Right, a couple of rulers to show you. Oh, different one. Let me grab. Thank you. Smashing. Right. Okay, so I'm going to start by showing you this ruler right here. This is the Creative Grids Flying Geese and Triangle ruler. Okay, now I'm not a terribly gadgety person when it comes to quilting, and normally I will use my basic rulers, my 6x24, my square rulers, but this ruler I love so much, and I think it is such a boon that I've actually just put it into my new book. So I've mentioned rulers, but then I've actually mentioned this one by name, and that's how much I rate it. It is absolutely brilliant. And you use it for making half square and quarter square triangles. I'm going to use a little bit of jelly roll. Now, normally, if you're doing the, thanks Kat, if you're doing the regular method for piecing half square triangles, if you wanted a 2-inch finished half square triangle, you would need to cut 2 7/8 of an inch squares. With me? If you're using a strip roll, those strips, or a jelly roll, they are 2.5 inches wide. So we can't make 2-inch finished units with a jelly roll. But of course we can sew these together and make like 4 patches which are divisible by 2. So it's always bothered me that I can't use my jelly roll. But you can using this ruler. Let me show you how. Right, so half square triangles first of all. So for 2-inch finished, I need a 2.5-inch strip. This is for half square triangles. This is the holy grail. Not 2 7/8, 2-inch. So, first of all, let me just unlock this rotating cutting mat. Oh, just pull it to pieces. There we go, it's back together. Right, so what you're going to do, we're going to smart stack our fabrics. Okay, now I'm showing you 2-inch finished units, but you can make anything from 1-inch finished units up to 6-inch finished units and 1/2-inch increments in between. So there's huge amount of scale. Right, so what you're going to do now, I'm just lining this up so you've got a flat top to your triangle. And I've got the 2-inch line marked on my 2.5-inch strip because it's 2-inch finished. And I'm going to cut. And then I'm just going to pull that away for a second because I do actually want to straighten this edge as well, but I'm not going to twist and turn my body. I'm just going to twist and turn the ruler, and this is just for that initial cut. Okay. Now I must admit, at home when I'm using this ruler, I'm inclined to work on the edge of a table where I can move around the table easily, sort of backwards and forwards to make these cuts. Okay, so what you're going to do now, you're cutting, rather than cutting squares and drawing lines, and it all takes time, you're just going to flip your ruler back and forth. Now I'm just doing 2 layers here, but you could work on 4 or even 6 layers and get multiples. So I've cut myself 4 half square triangles. Now I'm going to go, okay, this sewing machine doesn't have a 1/4-inch seam allowance on it then. So I can approximate, it's okay, I can approximate, but really you'd want your 1/4-inch. Okay, let me just, right, so now what I'm going to do is sew my 1/4-inch seam allowance. Probably going a bit wide here actually, but never mind. You get the idea. I've done that thing, I've automatically lined up the edge of my foot. So I'm sewing slightly larger than a 1/4 inch. So let's use the markings on the machine. I'll get a better finish on these ones, I think. And then you're just going to run them through your machine. So as I say, we often show the marking the line and drawing either side, but you know, that is actually quite time consuming to do that. So look, here we go. We've got our half square triangles all made, all neat, and literally all you've got to do then is just snip off one dog ear and you're done. So you don't need to trim them down. If you've used a 1/4 inch seam allowance, they'll be the perfect size. So there's your half square triangles, and these will be a 2-inch finished from a jelly roll. which you can't do the other method. Now, if you want to make quarter square triangles, again, you would add 1 1/4 inches to your finished size the traditional way. 2 squares together, draw your diagonal, sew either side, cut, switch, draw again, stitch, cut. It's all very laborious. Whereas, and we can't do 3 1/4 from a jelly roll, but we can with this ruler. So the other side of the ruler, the big side, again, 2-inch strip, 2.5-inch strip makes 2-inch finished. Well, 2-inch deep, but 4-inch wide. So here we go. So same again. So I'm cutting. And this is giving me, this is giving me my quarter square triangles. So for example, if I wanted to do flying geese, I'm going to cut one of these. This is my geese. And then I'm going to use exactly the same strip, but I would use the other half of the ruler, yeah, to cut my half square triangles. Okay, so if I just quickly cut a couple of these, so much more versatile than the old method of squares. So now, look, you see, there's my flying geese. So I can do flying geese with the ruler. And again, you can't, normal method, you wouldn't be able to use jelly roll to do that. And then if we're doing quarter square triangles, we've literally now, look, got, there are quarter square triangles. So you're just going to sew those together. It is brilliant. It's an absolutely brilliant ruler. And I will be using mine forevermore. Oh, Christine says, I've just sent some pictures in of calico makes. I need to see them. Please. We'll peruse the web and find them. Thank you. Right, let me show you a few more products. But really, really, seriously now, I recommend this ruler. It's a great buy, and I think anybody who likes their patchwork and quilting, because it will make flying geese, half square triangles and quarter square triangles. And I know we can make all of those with a regular ruler, but this genuinely does make the process much, much easier. I was doing a quilt block that had 21 half square triangles in it, and 20 of them were 1.5 inch finished, which under normal circumstances would mean cutting 2 3/8 of an inch squares and then trying to mark a diagonal and then trying to sew either side of a little tiny square. And I did one block like that and thought, I'm going to give up. And then I thought, I wonder if this would be easier. And of course, all I had to do was cut 2-inch finished strips, easier to cut. I then cut the triangles straight out, so no marking with a pencil, and then just sewed them. So accurate, and about half the time. Now, another of my favourite things is dressmaker's pattern paper. 10 metres on a roll, 1 metre wide. Absolutely superb. If you've bought any of those books that have the patterns in the back on a pattern sheet, but you need to trace them off, you need this to trace them off on. Christine, we can't open the images because they're in the wrong format. Sorry. Try and send them again because we'd like to see your makes, Christine. So yeah, great for that, for pattern pieces. If you buy commercial dressmaking patterns, again, the sizes are overlapped. So if you cut out your size, you've sort of destroyed the pattern and you can't cut another size. If you use this pattern paper, you can trace off your size, you can keep the main pattern intact, and then if you change size or you want to make it for someone else who's a different size, you can go back to your original pattern. Now for quilters, this is fabulous for practicing drawing your quilting on. Okay, so you get better at quilting by drawing quilting as well as quilting. Thanks, Kat. So when I'm going to, even with all the years of experience of quilting quilts, I still like to warm up. Whatever I'm going to quilt, if it's a vermicelli, if it's a meander, I'm going to practice drawing it at scale on my pattern paper. You have to do it at the scale you're going to quilt it, and you will learn the muscle memory to create the pattern. You will learn the roots, and then when you come to do this on your quilt, it will be much easier. You can also use this to actually try out different kinds of quilting. So for example, I'm going to draw it freehand, but of course you would draw this out with a ruler. So let's say, for example, we've got a 6-inch finished, just a nice easy patchwork star. This is our block. Okay, so draw it out with a ruler, because if you draw it out, it'll be the right scale, the right shape, and then you can say, okay, well, how do I want to quilt this? And maybe what you're going to do is what we call continuous curve quilting, where you stitch around each of the seam lines. So again, you can use this to map out your route. So continuous curve quilting means stitching a curved line around each of your seam lines. So I've done the first row, don't go back to the start. Okay, so this is what you do. Whoops, I'm going to go actually one up like this. So again, this is I didn't do it there, so it's just this is why we practice, isn't it? So I've done my middle row, now I do the bottom row, and you're learning the route to stitch around every seam line. Might do 2 there, you see, and then you can go across the top and you're back to where you started. So you've gone around every seam line. That's one way of quilting. But it might just be that you've got your star block there and you just think, okay, I'm going to quilt a heart in the center, and then I'm going to quilt diagonal lines going out, diagonal lines going, and you can just try out different things and see how they look. It might be that you've got a stencil that you're going to use, maybe like a feathered heart or something like that. Well, again, you can draw that out onto your paper and then just practice going over the lines. And you don't just have to go over once. You might, once you've drawn out one lot of vermicelli, you might then use it and trace over the top. Now, what you mustn't try and do is follow that line slavishly, okay? Because otherwise you'll be like this. And that isn't helping you to do anything, okay? The idea is to use it as a guide, okay? So you're just using it as a guide to help you learn the basic pattern. And this is quite an informal pattern, but even on a very formal pattern, you don't have to follow it slavishly. Just use your pattern paper to practice your quilting, and then as you practice, cut out those pieces, if you like them and you're happy with what you did, and store them in a Polly Pocket, in a file. If you feel like doodling one day, doodle. If you don't really get much inspiration one day and you're not sure how to quilt something, go back to your file of doodles, have a look through them, do a bit of drawing over the top, get yourself in the mood, and then you'll be ready to quilt. It's a great $8.99's worth. Love that. Okay, what is next? The curvy log cabin. Right, curvy log cabin. So this is another fab ruler from Creative Grids. So do you want to see this made? Should we make this? Okay. Right then. Instructions out. We like this in real time. Right then. So, position 1 3/4 fabric centre square. Right, so the only bit that you have to cut really precisely is a 1 3/4 inch square for the top of this block. So I'm going to cut that out using my regular ruler. So I'm using some jelly roll strips for this. Now, curvy log cabin it's an illusion, okay, and it's achieved by having some thick logs on one side and some thin logs on the other. Now, just for speed today, I'm going to use jelly roll strips throughout, which will mean as I'm trimming quite a bit off. Don't do that at home. Trim whatever fabrics you're doing down to either 2 1/4 inch wide strips for your thick logs, or 1 and 1 1/2 inch wide strips for your thin logs. So do that at home, but just for today I'm going to use jelly roll strips. Okay, so I've got my square, and that's the first thing that I'm going to make. So the next thing that I'm going to do is to add... Is that rain? I think it's really raining. It's raining outside. Oh, so I'm going to put those together. Again, I'm going to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let me see if I can move the needle over. Yes, I can. Okay, that should do it. Right. Oh, that's too small. Right, we'll try again. Okay, right. I tell you, it's a more budget sewing machine, but it's got a thread cutter on it, which I love. Okay, I'm just going to trim. Now I want to make sure. So I'm just going to trim the sides of this level. And you've got a little white dashed line, so you can use that as a seam guide when you're cutting this. Okay, and then I'm going to add another strip to the side. So I'm just going to trim this off. As I say, these strips I'm using really are too thick. It's a bit wasteful of fabric, but it's just giving you a rough guide to how you make this block. And you press at every stage. I'm finger pressing, which is good enough, but if you've got access to a little iron, even better. Okay, so I've done that. And so what I'm going to do next is I'm going to trim the whole thing down. So I'm on round 1, and I'm doing trimming round 1 with the narrow strip. So this is the narrow side. So you line up. No, wait a minute. Hang on, hang on. I did this so well last time. Narrow strips, use the dashed line marked in white on the upper trim tool. Yes. No, it's that narrow one, sorry. Right. So narrow side. That's why I say it's a bit wasteful on this size, but you'll get the idea. So next up, we'll add our wide strips. So again, I'm just going to cut a little bit bigger than I need. Sew these on. And you soon get into the rhythm of sewing this together. And pressing each line. I'm going to trim that edge off. Just makes it a little bit easier to line up the fabric. So same thing, I'm just going to go a little bit longer than I need. And I think after you've made one block, you will definitely refine the amount that you cut off each time to be more and more efficient. So press that back. And then now we're going to trim the wide side. So I'm going to lay my trim tool on top. And can you see, wide round one, you center your square into that square. And then you're going to trim your wide side down. Okay. And we can do the same on the other. So again, where's our narrow side? So there's our narrow side, and again, line it up with your center square and you can trim those edges off. And now we've got our first round added, narrow on one side, wide on the other. And you just keep on adding, so you'll add your narrow side here. So that'll be your next narrow side. And then you'll have your wide side on here, using some lovely fabrics from Janet Clare, of course. And it'll start looking like this. So you have a narrow side and a wide side. When you start putting those together, you create these amazing curvy log cabins. You're not sewing curved seams, but the look is of a curve. Very clever, yeah. I like that. I like that. It is easy to get to grips with. That wasn't my greatest demo I've ever done, but you get the idea. Right, we are ready for a break. When we come back, Lucy Picksley is going to be back with me with the Elizabeth bag and the Blackwell bag. So I'll see you after this.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi everyone, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. It's combining two of my favourite things, which are sewing and designing. I live in London at the moment, but I'm originally from Staffordshire. So I think I've got a combination of two really great things. So London's really diverse and lots of different cultural impacts, and then Staffordshire is very rural, so there's a lot of country influence in what I do. My grandma first taught me to sew when I was in my early teens. She was a dressmaker and she was always sewing and taking in orders from different people. And I think I got my initial love of sewing from her. I started making my clothes because I couldn't find anything that was fashionable, so I created my own fashion. Bit dubious at times probably. I remember once I bought some really lovely, as I thought, heavy brocade material. I created a pencil skirt, thought that was fabulous. It turned out to be curtaining, and I got quite a lot of stick from that. But you know, in my defence, I was a new romantic, and I think I was just fashion forward. I have done a lot of teaching and coaching and mentoring in sewing in my career, and I would think that probably the best tip that I can give to people, because all age groups have various challenges, but the best tip is to be kind and good to yourself, and don't worry about if you make mistakes, because you've always got your seam ripper to hand. I'm really looking forward to my shows with Sewing Street and helping you have some hints and tips and knowledge, so I look forward to seeing you soon.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
I've got absolutely no shame. Lucy just told me your button's hanging open. Has that been hanging open all morning? I do apologise if I've put anybody off their croissants. Right, Lucy. Welcome back.
Hi.
Lucy Picksley's here. Lucy, you're a fabulous bag maker. We know you as a great bag designer. We've got 2 of your bags in this hour.
Yes.
We're starting with the Blackwell. We're starting with the Blackwell in black and white. Now, Lucy, have you got a Blackwell bag there?
I do. It is here.
Would you mind? Oh, lovely, thank you. This is delicious. Love this. So your Blackwell bag is a box pouch style with some rather beautiful, is it FPP?
It is.
Gorgeous. We've got a lovely chunky zip running down the middle. Do you love a chunky zip? And carry handle. And then look, this inside, it's not just decorative. We've actually got a zip in there and another pocket. I definitely want to see how to do that zip, Lucy. That is brilliant, and it's all hidden away. What a beautiful project that is. Now then, let's make it in black and white. So here we go. In your kit, you're getting your pattern for the Blackwell. Make it again and again and again and again. That is such a good, versatile, make it anyway bag, isn't it? You've also got your metre of black fabric, half a metre, oh, I'm loving that, a mini leopard, beautiful, half a metre of that. Then you're also getting, is it 1 metre of webbing? Yep, 1 metre of white cotton webbing to go with this to create your handles. That is going to be an absolutely stunning bag, really beautiful. You just need to add a couple of zips. And what's inside, Lucy?
H640.
H640. H630 would do it. Quilt batting would do it as well, wouldn't it?
And I've done it with just interfacing as well, a heavyweight interfacing.
Cool, great, lovely. So that's the first option. That's the black animal print version. Now, second option we've got is a beautiful gold and navy combo. So you've got your pattern. You've got a metre of navy, you've got half a metre of this beautiful golden yellow sunflower print for your outer bag, and then you've got 1 metre of like a cream cotton webbing to create your handles from. So that's a gorgeous combo as well. Very nice, love that print, beautiful. And then your third combo that we've got is a floral. So for this one, basically like this one, because you've got your floral, half a metre of that, you've got a metre of your powder blue, and then your webbing is like a teal cotton webbing. So this is going to create your handle, and also you're going to use this for your tab here for when you're pulling the zip open. So it's lovely, just a lovely smart little addition there, and very useful too. Love that, gorgeous. So there are 3 options. Now you can get instructions on their own. Let me show you those. So here it is, the Blackwell bag, a versatile bag pattern, perfect to hold all those bits and pieces, a wash bag, a bag to hold the craft projects whilst on the move. The list is endless. Fabulous. Right, Lucy, let's go straight into demo and start with Blackwell.
Brilliant, okay. The other thing to mention about the Blackwell bag is, in terms of the pockets on the outside, the choice is to do none.
Yep.
Or it's to do pockets on both sides. I've only put one on. You can have one on both sides, that's absolutely fine. I have given the measurements so you can have it as a dead plain panel if you want, or the FPP, so you can take your choice. Okay.
Oh, so we can do a plain pocket as well?
Absolutely.
I love it.
Yeah.
Really versatile then.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not going to focus too heavily on the FPP today, because I think that the designer that's brilliant at that has got to be Jenny Jackson. She's the queen. But I'm going to do just a little bit just to carry on. But in your booklet, you do get the templates, which you'll just want to photocopy so you can use it over and over again. So we've got an A and a B panel, and I give you all the measurements. Again, you don't need to take the measurements if you don't wish to for each of the pieces. But I'm one of those that needs that comfort blanket of having measurements.
So is that sort of pre-cut pieces for your FPP?
Yes.
Oh, I like that. I like that, because otherwise you cut massive chunks and end up wasting lots of fabric.
Absolutely. You can be much more thoughtful about what you're using as well. And if you want to go for a bit of a blended approach, you can dip into your scrap bucket as well, can't you? And pull out all sorts of pieces.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've got a full list here on the pieces that you need to be cutting out and making. And then, so obviously this is an optional element to do the FPP, so it's just towards the back of the booklet on how you do that, how you take that process through. But yeah, perfectly possible if you want that pocket to be very plain, which is on this cover. I'm really sorry, I picked up the wrong copy. The pattern is exactly the same.
Oh, you need the pattern?
No. If you look at the cover,
yeah,
you'll see the pictures are different. When you move
I
inwards,
see.
everything else is the same, but we changed the cover photo.
Oh, got you.
So
It's a
that's
gorgeous
the more
picture.
up-to-date picture. We wanted to blow it up and have an explosion instead. So yeah, on this copy here, if you bought it previously, you can see on this strawberries, it's just a dead plain pocket, and this one's a plain one here. So there we go. Yeah, choices. Okay.
Love choices.
So you'll take your FPP panel here, and you'll start building up your panel pieces, starting at number 1 and working your way around. I've done them all already on 1, just to speed things up, like I say. So here's one panel here.
Oh, I love that in the black and white, Lucy. That is absolutely beautiful.
It's stunning, isn't it?
It's really gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's a bit Art Deco.
Yeah. My hardest choice here was whether to make this piece here black or the black and white.
But you could mix and match. You've enough fabric.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great.
So we've done that piece, and now I just need to mirror it and do this piece over here, which is what this one is here. So when it's all cut out, it will go like so. So I've added all my pieces so far, and it looks like a right royal mess. That's where we're at, but just trust the process. The skill really here is in just learning how to hold it up to the light and making sure you look through. We're going to do this very last piece here, which is number 8. So all I need to do is make sure that number 8 piece of fabric satisfactorily covers that shape there. So let's go back to piece number 7. Here's number 7, it's all been sewn in already, and in order to do this, I like to use my little roller press again. Otherwise, we're going to use a little mini press over here. I do like to use something small for smaller projects.
Yeah, agreed.
A nice firm space, and this will nicely press it down in place. So if I work back to this stage here, here's my number 7. I will be folding my number 7 line across, nice and crisp. And then we can see our fabric underneath. It's the wrong side facing upwards, and all I would be looking to do is measure from the edge of my folded fabric across by 1/4 inch. Grab my little ruler. I like to use a little one. So here we go. We line it over like so, and then we would trim it off as already done, so there. And then we can return the fabric back in order to place our number 8 piece. So as long as we know that we've cut that piece down, all we need to do now is make sure that the raw edge of this piece of fabric here lines up with this raw piece of fabric here. So I'm going to line it up, but how do I know that I've got it in the right place? Do I want it further down?
That you've got it in the
or
right
further?
place.
Well, first of all, I'm just going to lay it somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to hold it up to the light, and you can't see, but I can see that I've gone far too far that way. That way, that way, that way, that way. So I just need to shuffle it down. So I'm going to shuffle it down. I'll hold it up to the light again, and I'm still gone far too short. So there we go. I can
Just
now
a little bit of trial and error, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but I can see that my line is somewhere in the region of that. I'm doing that for the benefit of you guys at home. So that's where it needs to be. I need to overshoot at both ends. That's quite important. But again, I've given you that in the measurements. So we'll go for somewhere like there. And you can either choose, in order to hold those two seams together, which are ultimately going to be sewn, to either pin your fabric together or to use your glue pen.
Oh yeah.
I change around, I swap, I'm not committed to either. But I would just dab a few little spots there and hold it. Now, I have to say, again, I don't like unpicking this if it goes wrong. The reason why I don't like unpicking it is because we're going to sew it on a much shorter stitch length. So I'm going to sew on a number 2, and number 2 is horrible to unpick. How do I know? Because I kept doing it yesterday. So instead, I'm going to pin all the way through my 2 pieces of fabric and the sheet of paper. And I'm going to pin so it's away from what I'm sewing. I don't want it to really interfere or get in the way. And I'm really going to make sure as well that the pin heads are furthest away from the edge. I really don't want them to be anywhere near that stitching line, because now I'm going to flip the whole unit and I'm going to sew straight down my number 7 line. I'm going to start beyond the number 7, so about up there, and I'm going to finish about down there.
So sort of 2 or 3 stitches beyond
Correct.
the line, yeah.
Yes.
Lucy, you mentioned about we don't want to unpick, but if we do have to unpick, any tips? Just don't do it.
Get a glass of wine. Sharp
Just don't do
unpicker,
it.
take it steady. Just take it steady, yeah. The other problem with this, well, the whole point of FPP, as you'll see, is that we need to remove the paper. When we sew really, really tiny, we're going to be perforating. We're going to create the perfect conditions. But it also means that when we unpick, we're going to start that perforation, which isn't really ideal.
No, although I do have a top tip for that. Scotch tape. You know the Scotch tape?
Yeah.
Get yourself a reel of that. So when you so if you do need to unpick FPP, I use a rotary cutter to do it. So I actually peel back the top layer of the fabric and then I use the exposed blade of a rotary cutter to almost nick in to 2 or 3 stitches at a time and pull it back, and it actually unpicks really easily. Do that all along and then get your Scotch tape, repair your foundation, put it over the top of the line, and then when you do your next line of sewing, sew through the Scotch tape. And now obviously you can't iron over that, but you're using your roller, so perfect.
Perfect.
So if you do ever do a boo-boo, there is a way out.
Yes. So I'm just going to work my way down. I'm obviously sewing quite fast, but you know, take it nice and steady.
You sewing fast, Lucy?
Pardon?
You sewing fast?
Well,
you are a speedy sewer though, aren't you?
I am in my day-to-day, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that I am. I don't recognise it, but
No.
if I stop and think, then yes,
It's just the speed you work at.
Yeah. And then we're just going to finger press that across. A little bit of pressure so it's nice and flat and a good roll. And like I say, if you want to press instead, then give it a little press, like so. And that piece is effectively done. Okay, now we can obviously trim off that edge, but we're going to do it at the end instead. We're going to move on instead to add our last piece number 9, which is the last piece here. Now, of course, we've stitched over into this space. So all we're going to do is work those stitches out in order for me to fold that number 9 line across. It might feel a little awkward, but don't worry.
So you're just folding the paper back on the printed line?
I am indeed.
And then pulling any stitches that sort of intersect, just pulling them away from the paper?
Yeah, and it will stay with the fabric.
Great.
Now in a similar vein, we're just going to go to our 1/4 inch again here. The 1/4 inch line is marked up with the edge of the folded paper. And then we're going to get our rotary cutter, and I'm going to whip the excess fabric away and pop it directly into the bin, because that's what we do as good sewists, isn't it?
I'm going to say nothing because I regard the whole of the floor in my studio as the bin.
So now we go to our final piece, which is number 9, and nice side to nice side, pretty sides together. We're going to be laying that together with our raw edges meeting again. And again, just a quick quality check, holding it up to the light to make sure we're central, and that when we have sewn along the way, when we fold it back, it's going to adequately cover that triangle. So the whole point of this step here is to make sure that when we flip the paper over, this doesn't waft around and move.
Okay.
So straight over, nice and neat, and we will sew that line again.
I love the fact that this bag's got some patchwork piecing in it, but of course options to do it without the patchwork.
We want there to be something for everybody, don't we?
Yeah, it's lovely, really nice
So
design.
now I'm going to go to this outside line here, and I'm going to trim the excess away, which will make it look much neater and pleasing on the eye. Whip it all away.
I love the reveal after you trim the edges, because like you said, it always looks a bit of a dog's dinner, doesn't it? It looks like nothing on earth.
Yeah.
And then you trim it and ta-da.
You just got to hold the faith, haven't you?
Yeah. Trust the process.
Trust the process. Always trust the process. And let me just clear my rubbish away again. And there we go.
Oh, look at that.
Now, I'm not going to be too critical, but I have just missed there and there, but you know, TV and all the rest of it.
Sure.
So there we go, they'll go together like so. To be honest, it's a rare day I will go back and correct something. There's normally a slight workaround. And in this case, where I've just missed there, it's going to go into a seam. So fear not, okay? And
a
then
little message, Lucy.
Oh.
This design is very striking, and Lucy explains each step beautifully. That's from Collector in Merseyside. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's nice, isn't it?
It is very nice, yeah.
Am I right? You do have a background in education.
I work at university.
Yeah.
Yeah, but in healthcare.
But teaching it.
I do get involved in teaching, but I am what's known as a professional services member of staff.
Okay.
So I work with people in the public that basically have got a lived experience of something, such as, just to run through like a broad list, injury, illness, recovery, death, dying, perhaps being terminal, abuse, being homeless, eating disorders, absolutely anything. I work with people that have got those real experiences to support them to share their experiences with our students.
Okay.
The idea being it's about, we can teach theory all day long.
Sure.
We can explain, we can lecture, but it's only when you meet real people that it all actually becomes meaningful.
Makes sense, doesn't it?
And real to people. So, and it's a brilliant, brilliant job. I am so privileged that people sit with me and share the things that they do. Very, very personal, deep rooted.
Yeah. It's a great job to do.
It's phenomenal. I absolutely love it. So we have these two pieces here, and then I'm just going to join them together. Like I say, it's a bit of a wobble there, but I'm not going to worry. I might just fudge it. So, you know, I was saying that when it's slightly out, there's always a workaround. Let's do the workaround. Let's do that,
the
shall we?
workaround.
So let me show you.
We said that earlier on, didn't we? You know,
we did.
We
so
all
let's
make
do
errors.
it.
Do you have to throw it in the bin? Probably not.
No.
Probably not.
The worst thing that's going to happen with this, with us doing this workaround, is that the overall depth of the pocket is going to be about 1.5 centimetres, if that, shorter.
Okay, I can live with that.
Who cares?
Yeah.
So what I'm looking at, Stuart, is that if I look at this piece here, it's a little bit lower down. And I'm going to notice that, and it's going to bug me. I want it to be there. Okay? So this is the difference it's going to make here. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to keep that point there, and now I'm going to flip it at that point. So they're nice side to nice side, and all I need to do is I tease this piece backwards, is make sure that they finish on point. So that's what I'm working with. And now I'm going to pin it to hold it. And then I'm going to sew this seam. Do you know when it's time to buy new pins?
Get yourself some Taylor Seville. You won't find a better pin, Lucy. Do you want to try some?
What pins are you talking
Taylor
about?
Seville. Oh, what am I talking about? I'll grab some. Have a go with them. They're lovely.
Oh.
I'm saying I'll get them for you.
Oh.
Oh, thank you. Ben's going to grab them. They are beautiful.
Right.
The extra fine patchwork pins from Taylor Seville. They are, you know, like pins were like super luxury items. You guarded them with your life kind of thing way back when, because they were all handmade. These are like that sort of gorgeous luxury feel to them. You know, they're special pins.
Can I explain to customers what I mean by I think I'm ready for new pins?
Yeah.
Can I say, just to show why I've said that. This pin I've just gone to pop in through my fabrics, and a good pin, I'm going to hold it and it's going to go straight in and straight through.
Yeah.
This one, it felt like that extra little push, and as I pushed it I heard a little pop sound, like a little pop. Very quiet, very gentle, but that tells me it took an unnecessary force to break through the threads, and I'm not happy with that, because if I was using the wrong, I have got some.
Have you got some
I
of
use
these?
them. I do use them when I'm at home.
These are lovely.
I use these because they show up that bit better. But so yeah, that's what I was meaning. So it means that the top's just ever so slightly blunting. It's going to be fine when I'm working with some fabrics, but when I don't want to damage these.
Oh, go for it.
So I hope
They are
that,
lovely, aren't
hope
they?
that taught something.
Yeah,
by,
definitely.
you know, I'm just working around
it's
these
a bit
things.
like machine needles, though, isn't it? You know when you need to change your
Yeah.
needle because you hear that
But do
popping
people
sound.
know? Do people know?
Well, I think that's often bandied about as you can hear a popping sound.
Yeah.
But actually, that's too late.
Yeah.
The needle is blunt by then. 6 to 8 hours change them. But I think it's useful with the pins. If you start struggling,
Yeah.
change them.
Yeah, and don't not hear it either. You know, we can just like let it just be a sound, but
Yeah.
actively listen in to what's happening.
Derek's messaged in to say, Lucy, this is a stunning design. I'm just trying to figure out how I could transfer this design to a shirt back and front.
Oh, the yoke.
The yoke.
The yoke.
There's like sunburst across the
Yes.
yoke. Very
yes,
nice.
indeed.
And
Yes.
on like almost like Western style shirts, they have
they
that
come
on the
down.
front,
Love
don't
that.
they?
Love
and
it.
you could have one either side there.
So I've opened it up and it's bang on. So now we've just got to tidy the rest up. So let's do that. The first thing I'm going to do is we need to start getting this stabilised as quickly as possible. We've got lots of fabrics, lots of joints. You know, we were talking earlier on about weak areas. We're starting to create them now because we took that paper away.
Okay.
So before I do too much messing, I'm going to get this stabilised.
Okay.
How am I going to stabilise it?
How are you going to stabilise
How am
this,
I?
Lucy?
Kat's wondering how am I going to do this as well. I'm going to get myself some interfacing.
Okay.
And I'm going to fuse the whole lot together. That's what I'm going to do. Like I say, I'm not going to worry about these odds. We're going to deal with that in a minute.
We'll trim that down.
We will trim it down. I just need to get this secure.
So another reason why a small iron is really useful.
It's perfect for getting into those little nukes, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Nukes?
Nukes. Nukes and Ukrainies.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
I'm not sure I've ever talked so much on this programme.
Is it my influence or is it just...
No, I just think that we've really broken things down today.
Yeah, for sure.
Really broken things
Which
down.
is super useful. And we've had so many lovely messages for Lucy this morning about how well you teach and how well you break everything down and explain. So it's good, keep going.
Thank you, thank you. So we're feeling a bit more confident in our fabric now because we've got that stabilisation now.
Yeah.
It's not totally fused, but it's done enough for what I need to carry on. So now I'm just going to get my biggest ruler that I've got here, and I'm going to work to the shortest line here, and I'm going to line it up across. We know we're square at the top because we've cut it. We know we're square here because it's nice and straight. So all we now need to do here is remove any excess.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll continue down to remove that bit there. And now I'm going to rotate it. And similarly, we're going to work to the narrowest point, which is here. We're going to line it up here. We know it's nice and straight. We just cut it. And the same here again. So now all we need to do is cut straight down. And then we'll finish by trimming those short sides.
Got you.
And then we'll stand back and we'll wonder, where did she go wrong?
Absolutely
Where?
right, absolutely.
Like I say, the only oddment I'm left with is this small shortage just here, which will soon get swallowed up in my sewing up in just a moment's time.
Yeah, looks fab. Love that.
So now we're ready to make our lining piece. So what we're going to do here is we're just going to draw this around our plain fabric or our pattern. Which fabric would you like?
For the lining of
the
the
lining,
pocket,
what do you fancy? What are you fancying?
can we have leopard print?
Of course you can.
Because I quite like a light lining for a pocket.
I mean, I've cut everything out and I've got this big piece left over. So you can see
awesome.
we've got a nice amount of fabric to be working with.
Yeah.
So I don't want to waste, so I'm just going to nip from there. Use your ruler by all means, but I'm just going to trace around with my blade.
I do that more and more now actually when I'm cutting things like linings. I will use my outer piece because I've often quilted them and it does affect the size rather than always using the pattern piece.
One thing that I do as well, and I try to get people to sort of get inside my head if you like, is I don't necessarily give you all the pattern pieces because like on my next pattern that's going to be coming out, we're going to build up this little patchwork panel and that becomes the basis then to build on. And then all you need to do is, if that's my patchwork panel, That's the width. So if I give you 10 inches and it came out at 8, nobody's panicking. It becomes your size.
Understood.
In a way.
Understood.
So we don't need to be too worried about seam allowances and getting them right and wrong. Okay, so we've got a lining, we've got an outer. So let's get the zip in. Let's work out how we do that. So I've got my zip just here. But now I'm looking at it, it looks too short, but we'll work with it. We won't worry. Do I need to worry?
Zip ends?
No, I might just carry on and not worry about it. That's my plan.
Yeah, that's fine. Or we can look at the Elizabeth bag.
No, I'm just going to carry on anyway.
Fine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry. We're going to now join this together on here. And I'm going to be working, my finished look needs to be like so, and I like my pull to be on the left. So it's this piece of the tape that I'm now going to be working with. We're just giving another example of how we do workarounds.
Yeah. Well, you can also just sort of fold the zipper tape down, can't you, at a bit of a right angle at the end and incorporate it into your seam.
Yeah, this will get tucked away. We won't see it. It'll be fine. The important
Another reason why you need that double-sided tape.
Yeah.
It's brill.
Now we can make sure that it's dead centred, and the way we do that is, first of all, we've already got a centre line here to work from. We just need to make sure the zip tape is. How do we do it? We just fold it in half. Fold it in half, and then we can just take that tiny nick out again, just so. That gives us an adequate marking to say that needs to join there, and then we smooth outwards.
Gotcha.
There we go. So I just line that up, like I mentioned, centre to centre, press it outwards. Then you can pop your zip foot onto the machine and base that in place. If you want to, you can go straight ahead and pop your lining piece on the top, which we'll do today. I don't normally, I have to say.
Catherine's messaged in with a little hack or a little solution, exactly the one I was thinking of too with the zip. Could you not put fabric stops to each end of the zip to make it longer? And absolutely, yeah. You could, couldn't you? I often do that with bags because I might have an 8-inch zip and have a 9-inch pocket. Half an inch either end's nothing.
Yeah. So now I'm putting it nice sides to nice sides and lining up those side seams to make sure it matches. Gently press it into place as we go, and then we can sew this all as a oneer.
Fab.
As a oneer. I'm going to pop my zip foot on.
I did mention earlier on we've got a second bag to show you, so once Lucy's done this zip pocket I'll show you the second bag, which is the Elizabeth. Are you making sweet music over there?
Yeah, I am. I'm just trying to move the needle left, and I'm doing it the slowest way that I can find.
We're just all dancing to the little beeping sound. We'll party to anything, Lucy.
Oh, there we go. And I'm off.
She's off.
I am off. Now as I approach the zip pull, needle down, foot up, and I'm going to go in and I'm going to slide my zip upwards.
There it goes.
There she goes. Now, surprise, surprise, before we continue, we're now going to line up the bottom.
I'm sorry, what?
We're going to line up the bottom. So this is our top edge. And now we're going to line up the bottom piece, and we're going to sew those together.
Wasn't expecting that.
We like a surprise.
We do like a surprise.
Yeah. Pop our pins in. I'm going to pop my regular foot back on, just because it gives me extra, I want to say security, is that the right word? Extra support as we go through.
Okay, fair enough.
That'll do as a word.
Bit of extra support.
We all need a bit of extra support, Stuart.
Oh, well, the older I get, the more I need.
Okay.
Fab.
Now what we're going to do is pull the whole thing through.
Okay.
And then we're going to give it a jolly good press. It starts looking really smart.
Yeah.
The inside of the Blackwell bag is very pretty as well. I think you should show it because that's the best one I've done.
By all means, let me just...
I'm going to give this a jolly good press while you do that.
So I'll turn this bag out. And actually this illustrates really well. I was talking earlier on about binding seams in a bag rather than always having a sort of a loose lining. And so you can see here that what Lucy's done is bound these boxing seams and also this construction seam across here and here, which looks really pretty inside, gives a gorgeous neat finish. It's lovely, isn't it? And sometimes on bags, as I say, you can do that actually on the outside. So often where the binding perhaps would continue, it would be separate pieces, but it would go all the way around the outside edge, perhaps. That's lovely. Really nice finish, Lucy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, so in hindsight, you were right. I should have put some stops onto the end of the zip. It does show a little bit, but that's okay. I can live with that.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's that bit done, and I've top stitched just beneath the zip tape here. Okay. So now we're going to move to the outside panel. Now on your instructions, you'll see, and it's available in 2 sizes, this pattern, just in case you did not realise. So we're making the largest size right now. The pink line within the pattern is to make it smaller. So it asks you to cut 2 of these shapes out. So you must cut 2. 2 for the outside, 2 for the inside.
Okay.
There is sense behind what I did here. Although they're exactly the same, you're then going to join those 2 panels together here.
Okay.
And there's our seam there. The reason why I did it is because a lot of our fabrics, I mean, I've made some beautiful ones out of like the William Morris Strawberry Thieves. It's a directional print. If we didn't do that seam, we're going to have upside down birds.
Yes, of course, of course. Look, there it is. That's a really, really good tip, actually. Really good tip. So you've got that base seam. So for directional fabric, because you're going to make this bag again and again, aren't you?
It's perfect for it. Perfect for gifts. You know, we've got end of school happening, things like that. They're absolutely brilliant.
So many fabrics are directional, and you don't even realise until you really look at them.
Yeah.
But a lot of Tilda fabrics are directional.
Okay, so now we're going to attach the pocket here. Let's have a look where we're at. So, you know, I was mentioning about it going over. We're going to be able to get rid of some of that, so that's absolutely fine there. Yeah. Okay, so the way we do it, I'm just going to look at this piece here, so I've just kind of shoved the rest down away from you, is we're going to have a line that runs below that join line there. So approximately there. If you want exact markings, then it is on the pattern piece, but I'm not going to worry too much about that. And I'm going to pop it there. Now, because we're enjoying the tape today, I'm going to attach some tape to the fabric. I've not done this before, but why not? We'll pop that on. Just remove the backing.
You might not need those new pins after all, Lucy.
Wow.
Just tape everything.
Am I going to tape? Yeah.
It is good though, isn't it? I mean, if you're using something that you can't pin, like PU or cork. Do you like cork?
I do.
Bags?
I do like cork, yeah.
Tapestry?
I've not really used that.
No.
Okay, I might just take some of the edge off this pocket before I carry on. It's a little bit too much bulk there right now for me. So I'm going to take off yay much.
Is that a very precise measurement?
It is. It is. I advise everybody to defer to that if they're not sure. So this is where it wants to be. So how do we get it there? We flip it upwards and now we line it in place. I'm lining up the raw edge of the, well, it's not raw edge, but the edge of the zip tape with the bottom edge of that tape that I've just popped on now. It's centralised. We're nicely lined up down here. I can see that. And now we're going to use the zip foot again just to sew along the bottom.
This is really different, isn't it? I've not seen a pocket attached in this way, but I love it. And I was particularly keen to see how you did this, because it's a very clever little design feature.
Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Oh, definitely. Every day's a school day, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, love
so
that.
My lining piece has already been prepared, and I've attached H640 to that. And I did just make the H640 just slightly smaller than the panel itself. Just going to lift that up again just to move my zip, else I'm going to get a little wiggle line, which I don't want. And now that that's in place, let me just lay everything out nice. I'm now going to flip it back downwards again. And it should meet that little creased area there. And then we're going to just top stitch that in place there.
So that was why you'd sewn top and bottom of the pocket pieces together. So you've got that lovely neat finish along the bottom.
Yes.
Super clever. Super clever. Talking of super clever, I've got another of Lucy's bags on the show with a couple of kits. Lucy, while you're sewing that, do you mind if I just
go for
whiz through these?
Yeah.
Beautiful. This is the Elizabeth bag. 2 different versions. Pattern on its own as well. Yeah. Oh, you're a Tilda fan like me? Love it.
Yeah, windy days, love it.
A lovely opportunity actually as well, where you've got like sort of your main fabric, but you can just bring a little bit of your stash in perhaps on those pockets. It's a gorgeous bag, this. So it's the Elizabeth bag. You've got your pattern. You've got, is that a metre? Or a half metre of the denim? Yeah, half a metre of the denim. You've got a half a metre of this gorgeous Dan Morris print. Half a metre of this one, I think that's, is that a Jason Yenter? Oh, that's another Dan Morris, okay. And then a fat quarter of your purple mixer. That's lovely, really nice. Got a finished version of that in the studio actually, which I'll grab in a sec. And then we've got a Tilda version. I love Tilda. So, pattern again. Then you've got half metre of your cotton canvas in this lovely kind of natural seeded cream. Then you've got a couple of, you've got a half metre of Tilda. This is from Hometown Collection, and a second half metre. Those are beautiful. And then you've got your fat quarter of sage green solid, which this all goes rather nicely with my shirt today. There's my bag, all sorted. Beautiful. There's the purple version of the bag, by the way. That is gorgeous.
Oh, let's make it smarter. So it goes in, so you can change the shape.
Right.
When you're sort of like walking around, when you go out before shopping.
Yeah.
And then when you've been shopping, when you've been to the wool shop, you can pop it open and you can get a laptop in there.
That's really cute.
Not I'm taking a laptop to the wool
shop.
shop. No. Lovely pocket there and there. And then all the pockets inside. All the pockets.
It's really lovely. All of your bags have got lovely sort of stylish features on them. It's yeah, gorgeous. There's nothing, I mean, they're all of your bags that I've seen actually so far, they're very clever, but they're all beginner friendly. They're all easy to sew, aren't they?
Yes.
They're all accessible, which I love, but they've all got gorgeous little design features that just make them different. I love them. There's the pattern on its own, £9.99. I do think I've got some lovely tapestries coming up in the next hour, and I do think they would be gorgeous, actually, for any of Lucy's bags that she's had on this morning. Would really, if you've never sewn with tapestry before, we'll have to find you a bit.
Yeah.
It's really nice to work with.
Definitely.
Really nice to work with. And it's lovely as well because you don't have to add any interfacing to it. It's quite sturdy and
by
firm.
itself.
Yeah, like it. And also the sort of wrong side of tapestry is kind of as gorgeous as the other side. Anyway, Lucy, back to you.
Thank you. So I've just top stitched that in place, so we're now one. So now we need to start preparing our top zip.
Yeah.
That's going to close the whole thing. Okay, I'll see how much I can get done of this.
Great.
Okay? So we're just going to line that up and sew. So we've got our zip tape facing the nice side of our fabric, and we're going to sew straight across. I'm going to save some of my tape at this point and use my nice pins. Now, if you're using pins, this is how I do it. Small pins are always dead handy here, and I actually sew that way when I put my pins in. I think a lot of people maybe do it that way, I'm not sure, but I don't. I put it this way. The reason why I do it that way is because you can actually, if you need to, pop it so it goes underneath the zip tape itself as well.
Oh, okay.
So it keeps it nice and still. But when you go this way, it stops things sort of shuffling along. The zip tape really does stay very well in place.
Yeah, because zips can wobble as much as you pin them.
Yeah.
They can end up wobbling, can't they? Which is always
Yeah.
a bit frustrating. I like that method. I'm going to try
Yeah.
that. So while you're pinning, I've got to ask you about the dressmaker's ball and your ball gown.
Yes.
What colour are we going for?
What colour did I choose? I think I chose purple in the end.
Ooh.
Purple satin.
Ooh,
fully
nice.
lined.
Ooh,
Fully lined satin ball dress.
amazing.
Oh. Yes. Yes.
What sort of style dress?
Fitted.
Nice.
Fit then flare.
Oh, lovely.
Yes.
I love a fit and flare.
Yes. And
I
then,
watch Say Yes to the Dress.
Yes, absolutely. And then Kiara, who I mentioned,
Yeah.
she is also making one. So we're doing 2 ball dresses. So it's going to be a very slow, and hers has got 5 metres of tulle at the bottom of the dress.
Very nice.
Oh,
Very
yes.
nice. That sounds
Yes.
gorgeous. And in terms of purple, is it that chocolate company purple? Is it soft? Is it bright?
that chocolate company purple, I would say.
Oh,
Yes, I
very
can't
nice.
remember. I only bought it last week as well. But like I say, my brain's a bit all over at the minute.
I look forward to seeing pictures.
I'm going to be definitely capturing the progress because it's going to be a very slow, it's going to need a toile making, you know. It's a lot of money in fabric, and I'm trying to explain through my teaching that sometimes it really is worth slowing down. We don't make these types of outfits very often.
No, true.
So
And you do want it to look as beautiful as possible.
we do.
Speaking of toiles, if you're going to make one, you need calico.
Absolutely.
Pre-shrunk quilter's calico, lovely and soft, easy to work with. It's back in stock. We weren't supposed to have it today, but our Ben is a sneaky little mouse, and he's always grabbing things he shouldn't and putting them on the show. And the Calico Bandit, they call him upstairs, $2.99 for half a metre. If you're getting calico for dressmaking, Lucy,
Yeah.
what sort of size piece would you need, would you say, for your average,
What for an average dress?
like for an average toile, yeah, if you're just stashing it for
I'm gonna have to say 3 metres.
3 metres, yeah.
I think that's a good size to have in.
Because you don't have to toile everything, do you?
No, absolutely not. Our plan is to focus on the bodice, especially because we're going to be doing boning, which I've not done before either.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to be having a dry run of everything. That's the plan anyway. So now I'm adding my interface lining, please. So you can see that I've got the fluffy H640 facing upwards. I had to think then. I haven't made one. It feels like I haven't made this bag in a long time, so I'm just keep checking. Am I doing what I'm supposed to be doing? And
That's all right.
You know how it goes.
Yeah,
You know how it
definitely.
goes.
I forgot how to put a zip in once on air.
Did you?
Yeah, completely.
I
Complete
was saying
mental
earlier
block.
on that brain freeze is the worst thing, and
Yeah.
it only ever happens when you're on TV.
Yeah. And I couldn't snap myself out of it either, Lucy.
It's horrible.
It was just, that was it. And it was like, oh, well, you know, not a great demo. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, yeah. Come
Not
back
the
next
finest
week.
hour.
Come back next week. But yeah, I'm just getting this lining piece in now.
What's the thing you've made, Lucy, that's your sort of proudest make? For whatever reason.
I was really proud of the dress that I made for my brother's wedding a couple of months ago. And I don't often twirl, because I make all of my own clothes, and I don't often twirl, I'm quite lazy. But I did twirl that, but I twirled that with like proper fabric.
Okay.
And I took all that step by step, every little bit, you know, I kept changing it. Because you can get to a point where you think, oh, that'll do.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I didn't, I stuck with it, and it was beautiful. And there's nothing better than everybody telling you all day long as well that you look beautiful.
Sure, no, absolutely.
So yeah, I was really proud of
Absolutely.
that, definitely. I do wish that I was getting married so I could make my own wedding dress though. Whoever my kids marry, they're going to be lucky, because I'm
Fair
like, I want to
enough.
make that dress.
Why can't you?
'Cause I'm already married.
Can't you do a blessing, or? I'm starting to think, because the thing is,
For the
Charlie,
benefit of a
well, but Charlie and I got married 12 years ago, and of course we've made some really wonderful, really significant friends since then.
Yeah.
And we've all said at some point, it's such a shame that we didn't know you when we got married.
Yeah.
So we're thinking maybe at 15 years have a blessing,
That'd
do
be
it all
nice.
again.
We're 19 years in the end of this month.
Congratulations.
19 years. I cannot believe it.
Oh.
So yeah, that's nice.
That is absolutely lovely.
Where does
Well, I'm just
time
going to
go?
mention again Ruth and Colin, who are celebrating their 45th wedding anniversary today. Absolutely gorgeous. 45 years. It's fabulous.
Just wanted to check my instructions, yes. Right, so we've got that edge of the zip tape in. Now I'm just going to fold this back. If I don't get there, let me know, because I'd like to be able to quickly explain
Yeah, of course.
the rest, if I may.
What do you want, like sort of a 5-minute warning?
Yes, please.
No worries.
Yes. Well, I'll probably
You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, you've got about 7 minutes.
Okay, so I'm just pressing this all down, and then we're going to top stitch below the zip tape. You'll have to pardon the colour zip. Black or white would have been much nicer. It's quite self-explanatory how all this comes together. I think that when you've got past the pocket piece, really. Yeah, what's the proudest thing that you've ever made, Stuart?
I think, so I made a quilt called Birds in the Cornfield that I designed and made. And it was, I designed it because I got to the gym and then didn't want to go in the gym. So I went in the cafe and had some carrot cake and a coffee instead. And I preferred that. And I sat there sketching, designed the block, designed the quilt, and then went home and started making it.
Yep.
That quilt then was my first ever front cover on a magazine.
Wow.
So that was
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, it's a moment, isn't it?
Then when I applied for the sewing bee,
Yeah.
which wasn't long after that, I took that quilt along as one of my audition pieces.
Yeah.
Then I picked it when I took part in the Quilters Guild of the British Isles Talking Quilts project, where they wanted to sort of have recorded and transcript records of quilts and their makers together. Why did you make it? Tell me the stories, that kind of thing. And then the Quilters Guild approached me last year and wanted to acquire a quilt for their permanent collection.
Wow,
from
that
me.
is amazing,
So
isn't
they
it?
said, which quilt would you pick?
Yeah.
And although it's my favourite quilt ever and it was really hard to part with, I thought that was the quilt that they should have.
Yeah.
So that's actually going to be, if you come to Festival of Quilts this year, there's a special exhibition called A Diverse Patchwork within the show that's curated by the Quilters Guild, and I think there's 12 different pieces. They're not all quilts, but they're diverse makers or diverse sort of things that are quilted. And I'll be giving a couple of short talks as well during the course. So yeah, probably that.
Well, I'm going to tell you my story that I've never shared on TV before,
Oh,
but I'm just going to quickly
excellent.
talk you through this part. We've got our zip facing upwards. Now what I've done is I've taken the remaining piece that was all the way down here, and I've lifted it up to the top and I've taped it. I'm now going to flip the whole unit over, so now I'm looking at the wrong side of the zip, and I'm going to take my lining piece at the bottom and I'm going to lift that up, and then I'm going to sew that in as I talk. So in 2018 I too applied to go on the sewing bee.
Okay.
I've never talked about this on TV, but I applied, and I got through all of the audition stages.
Awesome.
And I went down to London, as you'll know, and I know we're not supposed to talk about the process, are we? But I got through.
Oops.
I know, casting. I got through casting and all that kind of stuff. But I froze in the interview. I panicked. I felt quite panicked just being in the room with the other applicants. You know, it was that real sense of, I'm not good enough to be here, that kind of fear. You know, it's imposter syndrome. And it was horrible. Anyway, I didn't make the final cut, the final choice, which was, and people always say, oh, that's a shame. And I've always said, do you know something? It's not a shame, because that whole process, at the time I was off sick, I'd had a nervous breakdown. And the whole process did two things. One, probably maybe, well, both equally important. The first one was, it gave me the spirit back to go back to work and do my job that I loved.
Cool.
That was the first thing that it did.
Yeah.
And the second thing it did was told me I was good enough. And then, because people had asked me for a long time, will you teach me how to sew? And I've always said no. I've never, ever,
so that was a real turning point for you.
It was then that I said, okay, let me try to teach people. And that's when I changed my name to So Pretty, So Mindful. And that's what I started doing. I started teaching people. And I realised I loved it. And that's just kind of what I did. And then last year happened and I started here. May of last year.
Amazing. So I suppose in a way the sewing bee did have an effect on you,
It
but
did.
not in the traditional sense of what happened after you were on it. You didn't need to go actually onto the show. It was the process of getting
It was the
there.
process. It was the process of being
I love
around
that
people.
story. Thanks for
Absolutely,
sharing that.
yeah.
I love that.
And I don't think that I'm meant to have done that anyway. I don't think I would have been strong enough, particularly at that moment in my life, to have coped with some of the negative side of, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. And it's a very pressured environment, you know, but even so, it had a positive impact for you, which is fabulous. I love that. I've got a few more cheers and well dones to say, I think is the best way of putting it. Teresa says 45 years for a marriage is good. My parents have been married 63 years. That's awesome. 63 years. Wow. Ellen's got in touch to say, Stuart, we will be celebrating 50 next. Where has the time gone? Well, in lots of good times and challenging times and loving times, I'm sure. Charlie and I ask ourselves that question sometimes. We're like, how did that happen? But then we start talking about all the stuff that we've done, the places we've been, the people we've known, you know, and it's absolutely, all of our adult life, really.
I remember when me and my Mark got together, we always said that when we first met, we used to go down this little road called the Belt Road, and we used to sit on a bench down there, and we always used to say we want to be sat on this bench together when we're older. That's all we ever said. The bench is gone, but the thinking still stays, so that's fine.
The bench is gone, but you remain.
We remain. Yes, we made the you know.
Yeah, you made the cut.
Yes. So this is it put together now. Okay, so we've just turned it all through, and we're going to smarten it all up, and then you would be top stitching this remaining side. Okay, so you just need to be really careful, open it up, and work it through. If you're working with an open zip like I am, I would be tempted to either sew across just to be double sure, or pop a clip on the end, which I'll just do now.
Or I suppose if you wanted to, you could just take the zip pull off and have it completely flat.
You could, absolutely.
You don't mind putting the zip pulls on. I'm not a fan myself.
I would prefer to be doing it beforehand, for sure.
Oh yeah. I didn't do it on air, actually, the other week.
Didn't you?
No.
Didn't you dare?
I didn't. Well, the thing was, I pulled the zip pull off, and then I realised I'd got my contact lenses in, which are fine for general, you know, but for close up, not brilliant.
Wasn't happening.
No, it wasn't happening at all. Wendy's got in touch to say, an inspiring story, Lucy. I'm a great believer in second choice isn't always second best.
Yeah.
That's lovely. I like that too. Wendy, I'm going to take that. It's lovely. Well, I mean, you know, when I did the sewing bee, I did the semi-final. But I've done so many talks, and I have on quite a number of occasions been introduced as the winner of the Great British Sewing Bee, which I always point out isn't true, but I always laugh it off, but it's true, by saying I am the Susan Boyle of the sewing bee. Because Susan Boyle didn't win.
Yeah, but she was the one that was
Talent,
remembered.
but she's been by far the more successful.
Yeah.
I think is it Diversity, the dance group, who have been very successful. But I mean, Susan Boyle was really successful. So I aspire to be the Susan Boyle.
Do you remember Jennifer Taylor?
Love Jen, yeah.
Well, I remember chatting to her once about all this kind of stuff, and she said to me, "Do you know what my advice would be, Lucy?" I said, "What's that?" She went, "Don't wait for a programme to change your life." And I thought, you're right. I've just sewn 2 pieces of fabric together. But we must be nearly there anyway.
Don't worry. At that pivotal moment, we must stop, Lucy, unfortunately. I could chat to you all day. Lucy, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And also, of course, it's been wonderful to meet your brand new sidekick today.
Kiara, yeah.
Kiara, absolutely wonderful. Kiara, by the way, oh no, it's not on that pattern.
On the Maiden
was the model on the Maiden pattern. So forget that's Kiara. Right, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's our final hour. It's Fabrics for Bags, so don't go away.
Join us next week from Monday through to Friday. We're doing crafting for kids. I know, we've got all these projects that can either be made by children or for children. I know, it's fantastic, isn't it? And guess what? We are launching a competition. Now, I don't know the exact words because I've forgotten it already, but it's a competition that children can enter. There are 3 categories, right? The winners will end up on air with us, and they'll win £100 worth of fabric or sewing goodies or anything like that. So join us on Monday for a week of crafting for kids.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello. That was a long ad break, wasn't it? That was me. Right. PU. This hour is all about bag making fabrics. So although they are useful for other things, really going to focus on their bag making use. So I'm going to start with PU, which is faux leather, vegan leather, an acrylic leather, a pleather. It's not leather, and you don't need a leather needle when you're sewing it. It's easy to sew. You can sew by hand, you can sew with your machine, you can do a saddle stitch and it looks gorgeous, but you can also sew it really easily on your sewing machine. Let's start off with this glorious cherry red. Absolutely beautiful, that, isn't it? Now, all of our PU is really soft and fluid, flexible, 56 inches wide, and it's got a lovely drape to it. So if you do want to use it for dressmaking, jacket, skirts, that kind of thing, even trousers, you can. For bags, for example, Lucy's Maiden bag, that lovely slouchy hobo, or if you've got my Bags for Life, the beach hobo there, absolutely stunning, made in PU, and it will still have that lovely slouch to it, which is so characteristic of a hobo bag. But if you want to use it for something more structured, you can absolutely attach this to something like in our form. Now, I again would recommend that you quilt that, but quilted PU looks stunning, especially done in something like a square cross hatch or a diamond cross hatch, something like that, or even parallel lines. It just looks so gorgeous. It always makes me think of Chanel when I see cross hatch quilted PU or real leather. It has such a classy look to it. So that's the red PU. Absolutely stunning. And red, of course, is my favourite neutral. So you can take a red bag with you anywhere. Let's go for the classic neutral though, classic black, ending 98. So this is our black PU. Now, of course, a lot of bags that we show here on Sewing Street are a combination of PU with maybe quilt weight cotton or upholstery weight fabrics like tapestries, mixed with cork as well. Cork. I went to Cork last year, it was beautiful. County Cork, the whole thing is lovely, but Cork City is beautiful too. It's not where cork comes from though, obviously. But again, just beautiful, really good staple fabric. The price is amazing. I'm going to probably mention that quite a few times. $7.99 for that. So remember, this is 56 inches wide. It's not 42 inches wide at all. It's 56. So you get a lot of bag out of half a metre. If you're making something like a large messenger bag, for example, or a large hobo bag, I reckon half a metre would do it. If you want to make yourself a sort of accompanying purse or an extra little bag to go inside, get yourself a metre. It's one of those great staples. Now, chocolate brown. Love this. It is, I would call this espresso. We've called it dark brown. I'm just more of a poet. There's half a metre of this one left. Well spotted. You found it. You found it. Yeah, lovely though. And again, any of Lucy's bags would look great in this. Really, any of my bags would look great. Do you know, in Bags for Life, I didn't use PU at all. I just used quilt weight cotton for everything. Because, I wanted to write a bag book that was all about using your quilting fabrics to create bags. But any of them would work in PU and would have a totally different look and character. Right, navy. Now, we called this something else as well, haven't we? This isn't called navy. Indigo. And actually, that's a better description because it's got that purplish blue to it. If I put a navy next to it, can you just see that slight difference? Beautiful though, absolutely gorgeous. And again, a good staple, really nice with tan, with brown accessories. Yeah. Very nice, very nice. Grey. I've only got one grey. Hasn't got it. Now let's just talk about the grain on this faux leather, because it's a very, very fine grain to this. So it's almost really sort of completely smooth. It's got the slightest amount just so that you can see it's a faux leather, but it hasn't got a very, very distinct grain to it. So nice for small projects and large projects. Sometimes it's a bit difficult when you're working with a heavily grained PU or a leather to make a small project because it's a bit too big. But that's very finely grained. Now, next one, is this called Merlot or Cabernet or wine? See, I was being too specific. Wine. If I just put the dark brown next to it, you'll instantly see the plummy wine tones. So it's like, I suppose I might call this eggplant. Yeah. Aubergine. Again, 56 inches wide, lovely, soft and flexible. The underside, by the way, is a lovely, it's all the same on all of them, it's this grey. Lovely, smooth, soft, woven layer that's bonded to the back. So actually, if you wanted to make something that was unlined, you absolutely could. This would be a very acceptable lining for a purse. White. Oh, I need trousers and a matching waistcoat and the hair I had in 1984. Gorgeous. Oh, that would make a lovely little jacket though, wouldn't it? With like fringing across the shoulders. I love it. Oh, or Baker Boy hats. Yeah, hats actually. Bucket hat, Baker Boy hat. Very nice in PU. Very nice indeed. Mustard, gold. This is absolutely gorgeous. Look at that. It's yummy. Little tip for you. When you get your PU home, it will, without doubt, have some fold lines, maybe even some little creases, okay? You can gently iron, low spot iron from the back, okay? One spot, don't need steam, just gentle on the back. You can also, if you feel the need to apply some heat to the front. Don't, but iron your ironing board. If you've got a wool pressing mat, even better. But iron your ironing board and get your ironing board nice and warm. And then lay your PU over it, the sort of the creased bit. And then if you've got a clapper, great, put that on top. If not, you can put something like a few heavy books on top just to hold it while the heat penetrates the PU. Just give it a moment to soften and leave the books or the clapper in place. Just leave it for like 20-30 seconds until it's cooled right down. Take it off and it will be beautiful and flat. Remember, don't pin PU. Use quilter's clips. They were in the 10 o'clock hour. Use a seam roller to flatten seams, and use the quilter's double-sided tape when you need to do things like hold seams together or making a shoulder strap, because you can't do the usual way you put right sides together, sew down the side and turn the strip through for a shoulder strap. You need to put some strips of tape down the edges of your shoulder and actually fold it over onto itself. Stick it all down and then top stitch it so it's a folded shoulder strap rather than a stitched and turned. So those are our PUs. Last one, I've saved my favourite till last. I lost my heart to a Starship Trooper. Silver. This is gorgeous. This is Blake 7. This is Logan's Run. This is Disco. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? I just love that sheen and that shimmer. It is just beautiful. It's really metallic-y, just lovely. Love it. Okay, right, that's our PUs. Now, should we do tapestries next? I've been waxing lyrical about tapestries all morning. We're going to start. Who's that? I've got William Morris, Strawberry Thief in tapestry. Let's go super traditional to start with the green background, bottle green. Now take a look at that. £7.99 per half metre. This is 54 inches wide, and really it's that upholstery weight and also size of print as well. So you can see there the Strawberry Thief, that sort of very, very classic motif there. So for example, on something like Lucy's hobo bag, on her Maiden bag, you would really want to centre that design in your bag right here. So I would recommend, even though you can get a lot out of half a metre, with a design of this size, I would strongly recommend, if the pattern says half a metre, go with 1 metre, so that you've got plenty of scope for pattern matching, because you really wouldn't want to cut through those, would you? You'd want to centre that design. It's a little bit like when you wallpaper and you need, with a large pattern, you need extra rolls to get your pattern matching. Whereas if you're doing anaglypta, you just need the bare minimum. But the impact of using a fabric like this is absolutely worth the extra fabric it takes. So many of these in baskets, this bottle green is fab, isn't it? I'm thinking ahead now to autumn and winter, richer projects. And also as well, don't forget, this is perfect for curtains, blinds, reupholstering a footstool. What about making a door curtain? I'm a big fan of those, actually. I put those up during the autumn winter. We've got like a garden room that's got big French doors, which spring summer are undressed, there's nothing on the curtain pole, we want maximum light, gorgeous sunshine. But in the autumn winter, the curtains go back up on the pole, so at night you can absolutely draw the drapes across there, interlined as well. And that's not because it's a drafty window, you understand, but of course at night, when that, or even in the afternoon in the winter, where that window is black, it just draws any heat towards it, no matter what. So get it covered. This is really good stuff. I love it. Right, I've got 2 other colourways. Let's go with the red now. This is the red background, which is, you know, William Morris fabrics always have that almost medieval look to them, don't they? Because, of course, William Morris was very, very inspired by the artisans, the artistry, the skills and the methods of medieval makers. He was very sort of anti-mechanisation and sort of what he saw as being a sort of losing the skills of the past. He wanted to keep them alive. So he's very inspired by those periods. Just to show you the reverse is really cool, isn't it? Really cool. I love that palette of duck egg and bronze. Give me that again, Ben. What was that? A Victorian socialist dreaming of a life in symmetry. What does that mean, a life in symmetry? Reflecting, well, I mean, lots of his designs are symmetrical. I've got to tell you my funny story. I used to teach in Dudley, in the West Midlands, in Dudley. I did, and one of my co-teachers taught year 2, and he was Black Country born and bred. And he came into the staff room at lunchtime laughing to himself, and I said, "What are you laughing at?" He said, "Oh, I've just done a maths lesson," and I said to the children, "Can anybody tell me anything about symmetry?" And one of the children said, "It's where you go when you've died." Isn't that adorable? The symmetry. Oh, yeah. We're gilled about that. Gorgeous. Right, my favourite colourway is this one in natural. I just love, love, love the colours in this. Woohoo! Look at that. Do you know what? You just don't expect that, do you? A message. Darling Stuart, the tapestry fabrics would look wonderful for your multi-wear city work bag or the weekend warrior. Michelle, I totally agree. That's brilliant. Yes. Totally agree. Hi, I use the William Morris to put panels on the inside of a glass bookcase. It looks fab. Stuart, you have got me back sewing after 20 years. Thank you. That's from Wendy. That makes my heart sing. I love that. I love that. What was the first thing you made? It's just great, isn't it, to get back into something you enjoyed in the past and then just, sometimes you just forget about it, don't you? This is lush. And the strawberries here, these are just juicy and fresh. I love that colour palette as well. It's just beautiful. So this again would look really nice for my multi-wear city bag. Actually, Kat, would you mind just grabbing Bags for Life, please? And I'll show you the bag. It's a really good bag, actually, when you've got a large-scale print. Thank you. Wonderful. And I'll tell you why. Because the bag itself is really... Okay, it's a big rectangle. I know it doesn't look it because the sides are folded in, but it's a big rectangle with a strip at the top and a zip, and then this big space at the bottom. Well, that big space at the bottom, of course, is absolutely perfect for a large-scale print where you can centre the design and really make the most of it on the back. And, of course, it really shows when you're walking down the street too. And as I say, the corners fold in and clip together so that the end of the zip isn't exposed, because I don't like that on a rucksack where there's a zip across the back that I feel like somebody could just go in and steal my sweets. Not your sweets. And then not my sweeties. And then the Weekend Warrior bag is this one right here. So again, you've got a big space there at the front and also at the ends where the pockets are, where you can really highlight different parts of a large scale fabric. So thank you very, very much for emailing that in. There we go. Bags for Life available, $12.99 for 21 patterns. It's a giveaway. Less than 30 of those books left. I'm writing more, don't worry. I've been on my photo shoot all week. I thought I'd tell you all about it, but we haven't had time. Next up, let's go ending 95, JPC 95. Because this again would be fantastic for the Weekend Warrior, for the multi-wear work bag. It would make a great slouchy hobo bag as well. Just to show you that one, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Really nice. See, there's the hobo bag, very deep. You don't have to put this part on. This is all one piece. This is a pliqué on top of it. But equally, if you went for something like a PU, you see, you could put the indigo PU or the red, or you could use the chocolate brown, you could use the wine. There's all sorts. You could use the mustard. It's nice, isn't it? Really nice, love that. So buy the half metre, $6.99. That's a cracking price, isn't it? Because remember, this is all the fabric for the outside of a bag. You've only got to add your lining. Use a quilt weight cotton solid, maybe one of our gorgeous Rose and Hubble solids for the inside. You've got a bargain bag. Stuart, is your book Bags for Life suitable for a beginner who's going to be sewing by hand? This is from Beverly in Cardiff. Is it suitable for a beginner? Absolutely, in spades. So there are all sorts of different skill levels throughout the book. There are different skills that you need in each bag. And what I always say at the start of every bag in the book is, in this project you will use, and then I list the special skills, for example, using pattern pieces, making an applique bag base, sewing curved seams, making a tied shoulder strap. So if there's anything in there you're not sure of, you can go to the tutorial section at the start of the book, practice those skills in the basic techniques, and then feel more confident. Now, are the bags suitable for hand sewing? Personally, I wouldn't hand sew a bag because you need really strong seams. I'm not much of a hand sewer, I'll be honest. So you know how strong your seams are. You are generally working with thicker layers as well. You're going through things like foam and wadding. So I'm gonna, I don't like to say this, but I'm going to say probably not suitable for hand sewing, really. I feel like I need to be honest about that. But if there's something about sewing by machine that is holding you back, talk to me about it. What's holding you back? Now, next up, Harlequin. This ends 1-4. Little Holland, this is called. I'm not seeing it, but anyway. Carol's messaged in, I think for a little bit of comfort and positivity. Carol says, I'm wrangling a duvet under my sewing machine and I'm trying not to swear at it. Carol, deep breaths. I do know that feeling. I'm the same with things like really big pairs of curtains. I sort of have to make sure the windows are open so there's a cool breeze coming through all the time to keep me a little cooler. But I hear you. I hear you. You've got this. Take your time. Cups of tea. Regular breaks. This is lovely though, isn't it? And look at that underside. So for example, if you were making a tote bag and you don't want to line it, just French seam. Just French seam, so that all your seams inside are all enclosed and neat, and you'll have a lovely bag. This is gorgeous for the inside of a bag. It doesn't need a lining, and it's sturdy and strong. It's a really robust fabric, this. Fabulous. Gorgeous pattern too. I do think when you're cutting out a pattern like this, it's really worth using the woven lines so that you get your pattern cut out straight, and use them when you're sewing as well. The other thing is that you'll probably noticed is that tapestry fabrics are a bit frayy. Okay, it's because they're woven with very thick threads. So there aren't actually, although it's a thick fabric, there aren't actually that many threads to the inch in comparison to, say, something like quilt weight cotton. So the best thing you can do is cut all your fabric pieces out for your bag, for example, and then if you've got an overlocker, overlock the edges of your fabric without the blade to neaten them. And if you don't have an overlocker, use the overcasting foot on your sewing machine and either a wide zigzag or an overcasting stitch, and just go around the outside edges of all your pattern pieces before you start sewing, and then you won't have any fraying issues. Okay, there we go. Right, next one, roses. 7, 6. New Amsterdam rose. Amsterdam rose. Oh, this is cute. Sue's got in touch. She's answered Carol, wrangling a duvet, Carol. And Sue says, I feel your pain. I find threatening to dangle it out of the window or throwing it at the wall in temper helps. Makes a very satisfying sound. I love that, Sue. I'm presuming you mean the fabric, not your sewing machine. Don't care that. But just the duvet cover, yeah. Arrgh. Charlie does occasionally call through if I'm sewing and say, you do definitely enjoy sewing, don't you? I'm like, yes, I do, normally, just not right now. But that is the time, if you can, to put it away. If you're on a tight deadline, I don't know, I'm not sure even then it's worth carrying on. At least have a half an hour break. Because it might just be that it's got a bit stuffy in the room you're working in, and it doesn't help. Fresh air, tea, it's always the answer. Go for a little walk or a little bit of fresh air, get outside. It's lovely that, isn't it? Beautiful. Would be ever so nice to make a sort of like carpet bag style, you know, real Mary Poppins. Mary Poppins. 1, 2. Ending 1, 2. Oh, it has to be the worst Cockney accent ever, doesn't it? Oh, Mary Poppins. But a wonderful film. A wonderful film. That apparently, is it P.L. Travers? Hated, didn't she? Yeah. The books are very dark. Have any of you ever read the Mary Poppins books? Oh, they are quite dark. In that sort of, I mean, she wasn't a Victorian. Well, maybe, I'm not quite sure when she was born. She might have been born actually in Victorian times, but that sort of, in the way that children's stories and rhymes were quite dark and unashamedly dark during that time. The book is quite dark. But great. It's fabulous books. Oh, I love Saving Mr. Banks, the film with Tom Hanks. It is Tom Hanks, isn't it? Yeah. It's Walt Disney. Yeah, it makes me sob. Makes me absolutely sob, that film. Really does. Yeah. Yeah, it makes, like, you know, when your shoulders shake. Yeah, it's that kind of proper sobbing. Good though, isn't it, sometimes, to just let it all out? I like a good cry. Yeah. When I choose to. Yeah, it's a positive choice. That's lovely. That's very elegant. It's very country. If you were following my antics this last week. You'll have seen the lovely farmhouse we were shooting in for the first few days. This would look lovely in there. A question. I love it. Hi, Stuart. Do you think the tapestry rose fabric would be suitable for a boho bag, or is it too thick? Great show. Thank you, Sue. I do think it would be absolutely fine for it. Absolutely fine. Because look, even though it is firm, it would, as a bag, it would definitely have that slouch. I mean, it's not cardboard at the end of the day. It would definitely have its shape. So yeah, definitely that would be lovely. Really nice. Please make one and show me. One more tapestry. Library staircase. Is that what it's... Oh, it's not its real name. Ben. It's called Zigzag. We shall call it Zigzag. No, I'm going to call it Library Stairs. Oh, Carol's got back in touch. The duvet cover is in the last stage of a 1.5 years to make. That's just to emphasise how long it took, isn't it, Carol? 1.5 years. I think it's definitely, you definitely deserve a cuppa. You definitely deserve a cuppa. Steph says, I've been making a bucket hat. Had to unpick and reset the lot. Heard Stuart say, shall we talk about it? An idea. Quilter's Agony Caller. You can play Deirdre, the lovely lady. Any good? It's funny you should say that, Steph, because for about, I don't know, maybe 5 years, I did a column in Popular Patchwork magazine called... Oh, God, what was it called? It wasn't called Quilt Doctor. Oh, it was something like that. But anyway, it was like an agony column for quilters. And I can't remember what it was called. Really? Okay. I can't remember what... I've had a sleep since then. Anyway, but I used to do that. And quilters used to write in, sews used to write in with their queries and questions and dilemmas. And yeah, it was good. Look, you know, if you've ever got a question, if you've ever got an issue, you can always ask friends on Facebook and everyone can pitch in with their solutions, their ideas. Our Facebook community is ace. So that's a good place. You can always email into the show and ask us a question. It might be one of our expert guests. It might be a presenter. It might be that actually sometimes the best answers come from Kat, who's on floor, on Charlie, who's the director, from Ben, who's the producer. And Hannah has her moments, of course, and Bruce as well. Everybody has their moments to shine. Cotton canvas next. Now let me just show you this gorgeous range of colours. I'm going to whiz through these, but cotton canvas is awesome for bag making. Sturdy and strong. 100% cotton, so washes well, wears well. Width-wise, this is 56 inches wide, so great width, lots of versatility. We're starting with red, 1/2 metre, £4.49. Absolutely brilliant price. Mixes really well. Although it's a lighter weight than the tapestry, you can still use these together. You could use it as a lining. Wouldn't that be a fabulous combo? You can use it top and bottom. You could use this as the applique on the hobo if you fancied the red bottom. Absolutely lovely. It's gorgeous fabric. So all of these cotton canvases are 58 inches wide, 100% cotton. Let's look at some of the other colours. Now this next one ends 1/8. Oh, Derek's asked, what width is the Library Steps fabric, tapestry fabric? Thinking it might make a great bomber jacket, like the contestant on Pottery Throwdown wore. Derek, it's 140 centimetres. I'll just tell you that in inches as well. I think it's 56 if I remember rightly. Fractional under 56. We'll call it 55 for argument's sake. Oh, that would be nice. That'd be really nice. So what colour's this? Wasabi. Ochre. Very nice. Not ochre, that's different. Keep telling you. Ochre. Beautiful colour. Absolutely beautiful. This would be really nice as well if you've got Sew Girls St. Ives tunic, like artist smock. That would be lovely made in this. It's also really nice. You could do dressmaking with this. Some of the Sew Girl dresses, some of the Sew Me Something dresses would be gorgeous, and what a fabulous colour to make them in as well. Very nice. A message, thank you. Stuart, please could you advise which PU would go with the rose tapestry fabric? Pretty please. What a super morning on Sewing Street. Love, Cheryl. Cheryl, of course I would give you my idea. What would go? PU. So I'll do both rose prints because we've got two different ones. I reckon oh, it's a tricky one. Let's just try the mustard. Yeah, I like that. Or the chocolate brown. Thank you. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. That would be my mum said, which is a sort of not sure. Chocolate brown, that's the chocolate brown. I think I would go chocolate brown, actually. Thanks, Kat. Yeah, yeah. I'd go chocolate brown. That'd be really nice, nice and smart. And also a good colour for the base of a bag as well, because it wouldn't show the dirt. And I think I'd be inclined to say the same. You could do black on this one, because you've got a little bit of black in there as well. So black or chocolate brown. So there's chocolate brown. And there, my lovely, is oh, black's nice. Black looks really nice. Yum. All right, there we go. Happy to help. Christine says, I love how other Sewing Street fans can help with questions too, Stuart Hillard. They are there for each other. It's exactly it. It's exactly it. We're all here for each other. Steph says her dad's solution for everything is either rub Vicks into it or like Vicks Vapor Rub, love that, or go for the snails. He's a gardener. Yeah, I like that. If there's an issue in the garden, just go for the snails. Navy. Come on, Stuart, you can do this. Navy blue, ending 1-3, cotton canvas, lovely. This is also good if you want to make something like a, picnic blanket for the garden. You could use that on the top. I'll probably use ripstop on the back. Ending 4-7. Got ripstop in a sec. Lilac. Lilac. Smell the lilacs. Smell the lilacs. Go. I love lilacs. I love sweet peas. I love stocks. Sweet William, gorgeous. Sweet peas and honeysuckle. Oh. Ending 8-3. This is ivory. Nice and crisp. It's not white because it does have that warm, creamy tone to it. But it is a nice bright ivory, which I think you want really, don't you, in an ivory? You want it to be a nice, bright, clean ivory. There's ivory. I've got 7-5, light blue. A 54 convertible to light blue. Santa baby. Like all I can think of is Eartha Kitt. Eartha Kitt. Fabulous. Gorgeous. Love that. That's almost Tiffany blue, isn't it? Grey. Light grey. 04. Silver. Call this silver. Sylvia. That's it. Oh, Christine says, my sister brought me some sweet peas into hospital when I had my first daughter. I love them. Oh, Christine, isn't it funny how smells instantly take you back to certain memories? Don't you find that? You smell... I bought some Safari aftershave, you know, eau de toilette, and I used to wear it in my early 20s, and I hadn't worn it for over 25 years, and I saw some on a website and I thought, oh, it was on a special deal, and I thought, I'll get some. I don't know if I'll still like it. I got it home and I spritzed it on, and seriously, I was transported back to my bathroom, you know, 1994, you know, getting ready to go out. It was just an instant. It was lovely, and I do love it still. Ending 8-3. Is that like a soft pink? Pink. It's pink. Pink to make the boys wink. Ending 3-0. Pink doesn't suit me at all. Charcoal, this one. I'd like to wear pink, but it doesn't suit me. You don't like pink? No, pink doesn't look nice on me. Have you got a colour you can't wear? What about you, Kat?
Mustard.
Mustard.
Makes me look very pale.
Poorly. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. You've got to be so careful with certain colours. I think yellow is a hard colour to wear, isn't it? This one ends 1-6. Lavender. That is like a French lavender, isn't it? It's beautiful. Carol loves the smell of sweet peas too. They are beautiful, aren't they? Those ones I picked, well, Charlie picked, in fact, for me that were in the house the other night. They are perennial sweet peas, which I don't think smell. They don't smell at all, but they look pretty. Ending 1-8. This is the one that's, I think, one of the most versatile. This is like a sort of calico style, seeded natural style. Cream. Cream. Christine, I'm a little confused. She says, 1994, when I had my first daughter, Spooky. Is that your daughter's name? Or is it... 1994, when I had my first daughter. Oh, because I mentioned 1994. Sorry, I get it now. I was teasing. I'd love it if your daughter was called Spooky. I like that. Ending 08. Gosh, you having your first daughter, I had left university and was busily making my first, probably my second quilt. I made my first one in 1993. So 1994, I was probably making my first proper, decent quilt by 1994. All right, Ben, you were 2. I'm old. It's official. Black. We've got black here, ending 08. Charlie and Kat weren't born. You're just a gleam. Christine's laughing. No, she's called Rebecca. I was almost 32, she says. Oh, Spooky Rebecca, as she will henceforth be known. But lovely though. Like I say, it's gorgeous, isn't it, when a smell brings back a memory. It's beautiful. That's the black. And then we've got, ending 17, pewter. 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 There we go. And then is it teal, the last one? It's got to be 8-3. It's got to be teal. It's got to be teal. Da, 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 da. I don't know about doing a Sewing Street Panto. We should really do a musical, don't you think? Like West Side Story. We could do Sewing Street and Hobby Maker. 2 presenters fall in love from rival TV stations. Don't you come near my sewing machine. Well, it's an idea. If anyone's got a better suggestion, I want to hear it. Is this called teal? Come on then, let's have the graphics. Give them to me. Cotton canvas fabric in teal. There we go, £4.49. Ah, perfect. Right, rip stop. Rip stop. Stop those rips. This is great though, because ripstop is super value and brilliant for making all kinds of bags. If you were lucky enough to get Alison Marion's ripstop bagger 3 shopping bag pattern, absolute one of my favourite patterns, this is perfect. Ending 5/8. Yellow, 199.5 metre. I'm going to be really quick with these. Next one is white, ending 7/6. There we go. Really useful, that. You can use this to make things like shower curtains as well. Hi Stuart, says Kirsty. I can't wear pastels. Any colour, I just disappear. My usual skin tone is milk bottle, so I tend to prefer dual colours just to cheer it up. Kirsty, you're adorable. I always remember once when I went on my first foreign holiday, I was lying there. I had tried to get a little bit of colour before I went, and I was lying there, and one of the gardeners came up to me, pinched my leg, and said, "White like milk." Ending 1/4. White like milk. That was me. Carol says this is about smells, making you remember. I had that with face cream that my mum used to use. I found it years after she went, and it took me back to my childhood. Oh, Carol, it's giving me a little, yeah, gosh, yeah, definitely it is those things, isn't it? Oh, hot pink next. Hot pink. This is kind of fluoro pink. I have to wear a high-vis jacket for setting up Festival of Quilts. I got in trouble last year for not wearing one, so I've bought the brightest pink one I could find. Next one, 90. That'll be me. Royal. Next one ending 4/1. They're all gorgeous, aren't they? Use them to back a picnic blanket or a beach, this is turquoise, or a beach blanket, something like that. Ending 9/4. Is that all right, Ben? I just want to get through them all. This is emerald. Just one day in the Emerald City. Brr, brr, brr. Ending 8/2. I'm not really a musicals person, but I love Wicked. Lime. That's a nice sort of fluorescent lime, isn't it? 01. Soft pink. Pale pink. Pale and 1. Next one, ending 3/4. This will be very useful. Black, basic black. Oh no, it is bottle. Sorry, it's green. It's really dark green. Beg your pardon. Still very useful if you like bottles. Ending 1/2. Light blue. We've got 1 metre pieces here for some reason, pre-cut. Yeah? Okay. 101, ending 1 metre. Oh, silver. Silver, that's a pre-cut, 1 metre. £3.49. And a pink pre-cut 1 metre. That one sold out, the pink one sold out. Right. And then there was a purple, but it hasn't got a tick. Purple. By the half metre, 199.5 metre, purple. Right, very quickly, we've got some duos of quilt weight cotton, solids. Right, yellows, 1/2 metre of each. Lemon and buttercup. Wendy says, I'm so pale. I lived in Spain for 5 years, never tanned, had to fake in the end because people didn't believe I'd been there for so long. That would be me. £6.58 for that. That's a bargain. You're saving there, aren't you? Greens. What have we got there? Emerald and fir. Fir as in the tree, not as in fur. Gorgeous. Light greens now, very light greens. Ice green and mint. £6.58. These are gorgeous bargains, really, because you get a metre. 2 more greens. Oh, I like that combination. That's lovely. Sage and moss. Sound like a couple. One plays the piano, one sings. Here they are. They're back again. Sage and moss. Next to the pinks. Pomegranate and sangria. By popular demand, they're here from Las Vegas. It's sage and moss. Ooh, the crowd goes wild. Blues, 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 blues. Ben, what are these? Marine and royal. Marine and royal. Oh, I'd love to do Vegas. When I say that, I mean actually on like the stage kind of thing. I don't just mean like shuffling around. Definitely not. Cardinal and crimson. Cardinal and crimson. Pinks. Pink and fuchsia. Yummy, yummy. £6.58 for those. Blues again. Peacock and sapphire. Lovely. Peacock and sapphire. What noise do peacocks make? Ow, that hurt my ear. Oranges. Orange and hot tomato. Hot tomato, orange. Lovely. And the last one's lilacs and purples. Lilac and amethyst. Lovely. Right, we need to do the menu for tomorrow. It's me again. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's definitely me. 8 a.m. bulk deals at 9 a.m. I've waited 2 years for a show with this woman. It's the Kitty Cat bag with Lisa Lamb. Woohoo! At 10 o'clock, you know how much I love this guy. Tim Holtz Fabrics. At 11 o'clock, it's the best of So Lisa Lamb. And at 12 o'clock, fabulous homewares. Oh my goodness. Tim Holtz, brand new. Tim Holtz, brand new. I'll leave you with this thought. Sue Langford says, I've given it some thought and I could see you all doing Chicago. I love it. Chicago, Chicago. I will see you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves.